on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024. This follows the motion which was moved by Muloveza, Member of Parliament, Engineer Raphael Mawenga. And this particular motion was seconded by Milanzi, Member of Parliament, Mrs. Meleniana Piri.
Thereafter, there was resumption of debate on a motion that was moved on 18th June by Ms. Marjorie Nakaponda, who is in Pika, Member of Parliament, urging that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services on the ratification of the International Convention of the East, Central and Southern Africa Health Community for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 12th June 2024. This motion was adopted, and I must make mention that this motion was seconded by Bahati, Member of Parliament, Mr. Livan Chibombwe. So the House did adjourn accordingly at 18:42 hours. And like I mentioned earlier, today being a Friday, we do expect business to resume at 09 hours. And so just now we shift our attention to today's order paper. Joe?
Yes, indeed, and on our order paper for today, Friday, 21st June 2024, we expect announcements if there will be any. And thereafter, there will be a business statement for the period of 25th to 5th July 2024. And we also expect urgent matters without notice if there will be any. Thereafter, the Minister of Finance will make a presentation on the supplementary estimates number 1 of 2024.
We also expect a ministerial statement to be rendered by the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry on measures being taken to ensure that the prices of essential commodities in the country remain stable.
And thereafter, we expect the House to consider the motion to be moved by Mr. Remember Mutale, Chitambo Constituency Member of Parliament, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Legislation and International Agreements on the consideration of the statutory instruments for 2023 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th June 2024.
We also expect the House to consider a motion that will be moved by Mwandi, Member of Parliament, Ms. Sibeso Sefulo, urging that this House adopts the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th June 2024. And so that's the business that we expect the House to consider today. And like I mentioned earlier, today being a Friday, we expect business to resume at 09 hours. And in case you would like to access the order paper, you can go to www.parliament.gov.zm. And just now we entertain you to some live pictures that are coming from the chamber as we await the presiding officer's procession to make its way to the chamber. Joe, possibly we can run through what we stated earlier, what is expected to be considered this morning.
Yes, indeed. So being a Friday, we expect announcements if there will be any. And thereafter, business statement for the period 25th June to 5th July 2024. And we also expect urgent matters without notice. Thereafter, there will be a presentation of the supplementary estimates number 1 of 2024 to be presented by the Minister of Finance and National Planning.
And we also expect a ministerial statement to be rendered by the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. This ministerial statement will be on measures being taken to ensure that the prices of essential commodities in the country remain stable.
And we have 2 committee reports. The first one will come from Mr. Remember Mutale, Chitambo, Member of Parliament, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Legislation and international agreements on the consideration of the statutory instruments for 2023 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th June 2024. And this motion is expected to be seconded by Mrs. Seveso Sefulo Mwandi, Member of Parliament.
The other report that we expect the House to consider is a report that will be moved by Mwandi, Member of Parliament, Ms. Seveso Sefulo, urging that this House adopts the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th June 2024. And so that's the business that we expect the House to consider today, Friday, the 21st of June 2024. And if you like to access the order paper, you can go to www.parliament.gov.zm, and you can also follow the parliamentary proceedings on the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. So live pictures coming to you as we wait the presiding officer's procession to make its way to the chamber. Today being a Friday, business resumes at 09 hours. Stay tuned and keep watching Parliament Television.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen.
Still ringing. Quorum has not yet been constituted. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of parliament need to be present for business to be transacted on the floor of the house. So once a quorum is constituted, we do expect business of the house to resume. And today we expect some announcements to be made by Madam First Deputy Speaker. We also expect a business statement to be presented for the period 25th June to 5th July 2024. We also expect the House to consider some urgent matters without notice, if at all there will be any.
And the Minister of Finance and National Planning is expected to present supplementary estimates number 1 of 2024. Thereafter, the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry is also expected to render a ministerial statement on measures being taken to ensure that the prices of essential commodities in the country remain stable.
And we expect the House to consider 2 motions. The first motion is expected to be moved by Mr. Remember Mutale, who is Chitambo Member of Parliament, urging that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Legislation and International Agreements on the consideration of statutory instruments for 2023 for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th June 2024.
And Mrs. Sylvia Sosefulo, Monday Member of Parliament, will move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters on the fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th June 2024.
So bells are still ringing. A quorum has not yet been constituted. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of parliament need to be present for business to be transacted on the floor of the House. And in case you would like to access the order paper, you can go to www.parliament.gov.zm, and you can also follow the live parliamentary proceedings on the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page.
the acting leader of opposition and the deputy chief whip, can you please mobilize your people? I've seen the government chief whip walking out. I haven't seen any effort from this side. Order, honorable members. Just a reminder, we are painting a bad picture to the public. The public are expecting us to have started at exactly 9 hours, but we are coming in slowly one by one, except for a few that were very punctual. Please, let's not waste taxpayers' money, and let's follow the rules of this House. We start our sittings at 9 hours sharp on Fridays. I have an announcement to make. Honorable members, I have received communication to the effect that in the absence of Her Honor the Vice President, who is attending to other government business, the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Stumbeko Msokotwane MP, has been appointed acting lead of government business in the House from today, 21st June 2024, until further notice. I thank you. Business statement. The acting lead of government business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to inform the House that the House Business Committee met on Thursday, 20th June 2024, to determine and schedule business of the House for the period 25th June to 5th July 2024. Accordingly, the House Business Committee resolved to lay before the House the following business for consideration for the next 2 weeks. A. Announcements. Honorable Speaker may make an announcement to the House on any day when it is necessary to do so. 2. Or rather, B. Rulings. Honorable Speaker may render rulings if there will be any. 3. Ministerial statements. Honorable ministers may render ministerial statements if there will be any. D. Bills. The bills listed hereunder will be considered. 1. The Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education Bill, second reading. B. Matrimonial Clauses Amendment Bill, second reading. 3. Lands Tribunal Amendment Bill, second reading. 4. Zambia Qualification Authority Bill, second reading. 5. The Human Rights Commission Bill, second reading. The dates for all these bills are yet to be determined. A. Reports on international conferences. The reports on international conferences will be rendered if there will be any. F. Supplementary estimates. The Minister of Finance and National Planning is expected to move the motion of supply on the supplementary estimates number 1 of 2024, today, June 21st, 2024. Parliamentary reports. The following committee reports will be considered during the week. 1. Legal Affairs, Human Rights and Governance. Subject matter, the fight against corruption in Zambia. The date of consideration will be 25th June 2024. 2. Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs. Subject matter, a review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund. Date of consideration, 26th June 2024. 3. Education, Science and Technology. Subject matter, a review of the implementation of the education curriculum. Date of consideration, 27th June 2024. 4. Transport Works and Supply. Subject matter, road freight transport in Zambia. Date of consideration, 28th June 2024. 5. International Parliamentary Union, Parliamentary Delegation. Subject matter, the Zambian delegation to the 148th IPU Assembly and the related meetings held in Geneva, Switzerland from 23rd to 27th March 2024. Date of consideration, 3rd July 2024. More reports are expected to be availed in due course. Questions. Honorable Ministers will respond to 12 questions for oral answer as set out hereunder during the same period. The details of the questions, which I will not read here, are contained in the notices of questions circulated to all members and other stakeholders. Questions on standby. The questions on standby to replace questions that may not be placed on the order paper on the designated day for one reason or another are set out hereunder. 329, information. 353, education. 329, information. 319, technology. 370, health. 331, infrastructure. 340, health. 373, technology. 377, infrastructure. 339, transport. 337, infrastructure. 405, health. 299, health. 382, education. 346, transport. And 313, local government. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the House Business Committee, and in accordance with the Standing Order 1895 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, I have the pleasure to present the business for the next 2 weeks to this August House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We now move to urgent matters without notice. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to raise an urgent matter without notice, directed, Madam Speaker, at the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, ZRA is an institution under the watch of the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, ZRA now has been operating without a tax appeal tribunal for the last 1 year, 3 months. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that a tax appeal tribunal is a court that deals in appeals when there is any tax dispute between ZRA and that of the taxpayers. Madam Speaker, Section 4 of the Tax Appeal Tribunal Act empowers the Minister to appoint the 7 member that needs to sit on that tribunal. Madam Speaker, ZRA has taken advantage of this, of not having this tribunal, and they are making arbitrary decisions to our taxpayers. Some of the arbitrary decisions that ZRA is making, Madam Speaker, is illegally garnishing taxpayers' bank accounts. Madam Speaker, ZRA is also closing illegally our taxpayers' shops. Madam Speaker, also illegal seizure of taxpayers' goods, and
Just
also illegal, Madam Speaker.
Member, just wind up your matter.
Madam Speaker, the question that begs an answer from the Minister is why has it taken so long to appoint this tax appeal tribunal so that our taxpayers, Madam Speaker, can be, appealing to this tribunal? I seek your serious guidance on this matter. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member, that does not qualify under urgent matter. This is a matter that has been happening. You said, is it over 1 year? When we are looking at matters, urgent matters, they have to be matters that occurred within 24 hours. So the way you put it, actually, it qualifies to be a question. You can raise a question on that matter. We make progress. Presentation of supplementary estimates. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the House do
Order,
now...
honorable members. Order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the House do now resolve into Committee of Supply to consider supplementary estimates of expenditure number 1 of 2024.
You may continue, Honorable.
Madam, I'm a bearer of a message from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia recommending favorable consideration of the motion I now lay on the table.
Which one? No, I don't have it. I don't have it. No, this is the one. This is the one I have. You didn't give me this. Yes. Okay, so now we're supposed to present the estimates. Okay. Order, honorable member. We apologize for that breakdown. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning will proceed to give the estimates, the supplementary estimates, number 1 of 2024.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the Article 203 of the Constitution, where the amount appropriated in an appropriation act is insufficient to meet expenditures in that financial year, the Minister responsible for finance is expected to lay before the National Assembly for approval supplementary estimates of expenditure. Madam, by virtue of the authority conveyed in the article of the Constitution which I quoted above, I now present the supplementary estimates of expenditure number 1 of 2024. The total supplementary budget I present today stands at 41.9 billion kwacha. Madam Speaker, as I present this supplementary budget, it is important to put matters in perspective in view of recent developments that have made it necessary to present these supplementary estimates. Madam, all honorable members of this august House are aware that during the 2023-2024 farming season, we've experienced a severe drought, arguably the worst in nearly 60 years of the country's existence, affecting over 9.8 million people, which is almost 48% of the population. The drought has brought about a significant crop loss, which has threatened the nation's food security, as it has left a destructive impact on agriculture production. Water availability and power generation have also been negatively impacted, while livestock diseases and many other areas of the economy have also been badly affected. Madam Speaker, the agriculture sector is now projected to decline by 19%, while there is a projected reduction in productivity across all sectors of the economy due to electricity rationing. As a result, the real GDP growth has been revised downwards from the 4.7% we had expected this year to only 2.3%. Madam, other macroeconomic factors have also been negatively affected by this drought. For example, in the first quarter of 2024, inflation averaged 13.5% compared to 12.9% in the last quarter of 2023. And by May 2024, annual inflation rose to 14.7% from 13.8% in March 2024, mainly due to high food prices. In this regard, Madam, we also have to import food, among other basic needs, which will worsen the trade balance, thereby pushing the current account balance to a deficit of 0.2% of GDP compared to a projected surplus of 3.7% of GDP for 2024. Let me now highlight the notable proposed expenditure allocations contained in this supplementary estimate of expenditure number 1 of 2024. Madam, out of the recommended 41.9 billion in this supplementary budget, 8.3 billion or 19.8% of the revised budget will be dedicated to facilitating government's drought response interventions in an effort to provide life-saving and early recovery assistance to the millions of Zambians affected by this disaster. Of this amount, 5.2 billion kwacha has been allocated to the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services for the Social Cash Transfer Program. This allocation to the Social Cash Transfer Program will facilitate for a top-up of 200 kwacha to all the 1.3 million households already enrolled in the existing Social Cash Transfer Program. This top-up of 200 kwacha will ensure that recipients under the existing Social Cash Transfer Program will now receive 400 kwacha per month instead of 200. This is aimed at alleviating the impact of high food prices among our vulnerable population during the drought response period, and therefore is expected to run up to June 2025 in line with the drought response plan. Madam Speaker, apart from these 1.3 million households who will now be receiving 400 kwacha per month, an additional 1.2 million households who have been severely affected by the effects of the drought but are not on the existing Social Cash Transfer Program are also expected to be supported under the newly developed Emergency Cash Transfer Program. Though these will receive assistance from government of 400 kwacha on a monthly basis up to June 2025. Madam Speaker, by extending the social cash transfer program, as I just explained, the total number of beneficiaries under the cash transfer program now comes to 2.5 million households from the original 1.3 million households. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, government recognizes that the effects of the drought have impacted more than the 2.5 million households that government is able to assist through the cash transfer programs. These are the households that are generally considered to be vulnerable due to old age, disability, and other factors. However, Madam Speaker, the severe drought of 2024 has brought hunger even to able-bodied people since they lost most of their crops. These citizens are not on either of the cash transfer programs I just announced. But these citizens, if given a chance to work, could have their livelihoods improved. Therefore, Madam Speaker, to assist this category of affected by vulnerable population, the government has proposed to implement a cash for work program, for which an initial amount of 2 billion has been allocated. This amount is expected to be increased up to a maximum of 3.8 billion in 2024 alone, after financing procedures and processes are finalized with some of the cooperating partners. At that point, I shall return to the House with a request to augment this allocation. Madam Speaker, let me indicate that the public works that will be done under this program, which will include road maintenance, side road vegetation control, drainage of our cities, so that the water from the rain the next season clearly goes away, canal clearing, in other words, clearing of canals in wetlands, garbage collection, and general public area cleaning, and so forth, will be offered to only those in drought-affected areas, the citizens who are not on any government assistance program, such as the social cash transfer. This is to avoid double dipping, ensuring that available resources go to help as many affected families as possible. Madam, I need to categorically affirm to this august House that the stance and resolve of this government is to ensure that no Zambian should die because of hunger. In this regard, I wish to reaffirm the government's commitment to ensuring that there is food security in the country amidst this drought. Madam, government, through the Food Reserve Agency, will buy maize from the current harvest, which is the early planting that was done last year, and the winter maize that will be planted. However, we are fully aware that local farmers are not able to meet the country's total demand for maize. I therefore wish to inform this august House and the country that modalities are currently being finalized to facilitate the importation of maize by the private sector and the Food Reserve Agency. The locally produced maize plus the maize to be imported shall be enough to meet the country's requirements. Madam Speaker, by putting cash in the pockets of those affected by the drought, whether through the social cash transfer or through cash for work, the recipients of the cash will be enabled to buy maize and other foodstuffs of their choices. Government is aware, however, that even if people get cash, there may be challenges for them to buy grains like maize due to its short supply. To mitigate against this risk, FRA will be positioning maize every month in all the affected wards so that those who have acquired cash through government or indeed acquired cash through other means may be able to buy the maize close to them. Madam, the government will be providing updates to this House on a regular basis. Madam Speaker, with regards to ensuring that nutritional levels and cognitive abilities are maintained during this drought response period among our school-going children, this government has decided to upscale the school feeding program from early childhood education to secondary education in about 37 affected districts. This will also ensure that our children continue attending classes and not miss school due to hunger and starvation during this period. In this regard, 392 million kwacha has been allocated over and above the approved budget of 111 million kwacha in the 2024 budget. Madam Speaker, under the water supply and management subsector, government is resolute in building resilience against current and future climate change effects through the implementation of various early recovery interventions. In this regard, 306 million kwacha has been allocated under this sector. The proposed allocation will help maintain and rehabilitate dams in the 84 affected districts, as well as help government drill high production boreholes, as well as provide the required water treatment chemicals for some water utilities companies. Madam Speaker, under the livestock and wildlife sector, the government is proposing to spend an additional 460 million kwacha to undertake, among others, heightened livestock disease control. This is to ensure that sufficient surveillance and vaccines are provided to curb dry spell livestock diseases. The allocation will also cater for the protection of grazing areas and rangelands for livestock and wildlife, as well as facilitating the provision of supplementary feeding for the animals. Madam Speaker, may I also mention that of the recommended 41.9 billion kwacha in this supplementary budget, an amount of 14.6 billion, or 34.8%, has been dedicated to address the external debt service obligations. Madam, the required expenditure for debt service follows debt restructuring agreements reached between the government and its creditors, who include official creditors, bondholders, and other private creditors, for which discussions were still ongoing at the time of preparing the 2024 national budget. The honorable members of this August House may wish to note that the milestones reached in our debt restructuring are pivotal to the development of our country. In particular, resumption of external debt servicing, which was suspended in 2020 with our various creditors, will now remove the debt default tag on our country and hence facilitate for future inflow of both investment and private sector development. So the tag of Zambians called defaulters, 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 that ends now. Madam Speaker, let me remind the honorable members that following the debt restructuring agreements reached so far, the government is expected to pay $750 million in the best case scenario and about $3 billion in the medium case scenario between 2023 and 2031 on our bilateral debt. In both cases, the amount to be paid is significantly lower than the $6.3 billion which have been paid in the same period in the absence of debt restructuring agreement. For the Eurobonds, government is expected to pay about $1.6 billion under the best case scenario and $1.8 billion in the medium case scenario between 2024 and 2031. The amounts payable in both cases are much lower than the $3.8 billion which was payable by 2027 if the debt had not been restructured. In addition, accrued interest reaching up to $800 million have been waived in the concluded deal. Madam Speaker, may I also say that $15.2 billion or $36.3 billion of the supplementary budget will be dedicated to the dismantling of fuel arrears which were contracted during the PF administration. As we are all aware, fuel was heavily subsidized before 2022, and suppliers were not fooled by the government then. We are now left with the obligation of resolving this problem if we are to make meaningful traction in ridding our citizens of this liability burden. This proposed facility will enable the government to replace the expensive late payment on fuel arrears of around 18% per annum, some as much as 24% per annum, which means the liability doubles every 4 years or 5 years. There are a few other items, Madam Speaker. Relating to debt that are contained in this supplementary estimate. Prominent among these is a $30 million advance to ZESCO to enable the company to import electricity from Mozambique. Here I must say, Madam Speaker, when ZESCO tried to import electricity from Mozambique, Mozambique said, but remember, was it 2015 or 20, I can't remember exactly. You came and collected the electricity from here, you have not paid for it. So now you want to buy some more. Can you first pay? So, Madam Speaker, this is the payment that was given in advance to ZESCO. Otherwise, ZESCO would not have been able to import electricity because of this unpaid bill from the PF days. Madam Speaker, let me now address the proposed source of this supplementary expenditure. In this regard, I wish to indicate that $17.2 billion of this supplementary budget will be realized through the declaration of savings from existing budget allocations to various government institutions and departments. This will be raised by cutting costs on things such as workshops, local and international travel, as well as other general government operations. For these cuts, I request for everyone's understanding, especially in the public sector. Truly speaking, we have received tremendous support from cooperating partners. It is imperative, however, that the Zambian government and its people take the lead in making sacrifices in order to feed our compatriots so that the support from donors merely complements our own efforts. So just to repeat, the budgets will be cut for those areas of travel, workshops, and other things considered not to be essential so that we save money to be able to feed our people. Apart from our own savings, Madam Speaker, a further 4.3 billion kwacha will come as additional support from cooperation partners in 2024 aimed at addressing the drought situation. In this regard, I wish to acclaim my government's sincere gratitude to all our cooperating partners, such as the World Bank, the European Union, and other bilateral partners, for the prompt and decisive response to President Hichilema's clarion call for assistance during this time of distress. This indeed confirms the true partnership and friendship that exists between us. A friend in need is surely a friend indeed. Madam Speaker, I wish to further indicate that 3.8 billion of this budget is from additional revenues that have been realized in the year and were not part of the 2024 revenue estimates. This includes dividends posted by the Bank of Zambia, which were more than earlier projected, as well as some money forfeited to the state from individuals and institutions who are believed to have irregularly acquired it. We are now putting this money for the use of the public, who are the true owners of that money. May I finally mention that the balance of 16.6 billion is proposed to be facilitated through additional concessional financing using both domestic and external sources. Let me categorically mention that out of this amount, $194.5 million is part of the funds expected to come from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, as additional financing specifically aimed at supporting the country's response to the drought situation. Madam, in view of this and other changes in the 2024 financing requirements, I've also brought to this August House a revised annual borrowing plan for 2024 in accordance with the Public Debt Management Act. Madam Speaker, I will now conclude as follows. The important factors that have made it necessary to present the supplementary budget number 1 of 2024. Firstly, the devastating drought that has left many of our citizens hungry. The supplementary budget has provided resources to put cash in their pockets through social cash transfer and cash for work. This will assist them to buy food. This is what any responsible government should do, as we have done. Secondly, there are a number of problems that were left behind by the PF government which need to be cleaned up at this stage, all related to debts. As you recall, this country was left in unsustainable debt by the PF government. The debt has by and large now been restructured, which makes it possible for Zambia to resume. The debt has by and large now been restructured, which makes it possible for Zambia to resume debt service while still leaving enough money to finance social programs even better than before. The shame of being a defaulter has been removed from this country. Related to this, there are other debts that had not been paid by the previous government. These are the amounts owing to the fuel suppliers, as I indicated earlier on, and the electricity imports from Mozambique. The supplementary budget I'm now presenting today addresses these. As you can see, Madam Speaker, these problems of unpaid bills under the previous government are being resolved step by step. This is what the government promised to do, and the government is now delivering. Finally, I wish to thank our citizens for the support they continue to render during these difficult times. Madam Speaker, I also thank the cooperation partners led by the World Bank and the IMF who have extended extraordinary support to Zambia in mitigating the calamity of the 2024 drought. Madam Speaker, lots of gratitude to the President and Cabinet and this House for good leadership. The extraordinary support Zambia is receiving from cooperating partners is not an accident. It reflects the trust that this government has brought in our country. We must continue to maintain good governance. Colleagues will remember that in the past, when money made for social cash transfer was stolen by politically aligned persons, the cooperating partners quickly withdrew their support. Under this government, Madam Speaker, public money will be managed honestly for the benefit of the public. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. The estimates stand referred to the expanded Planning and Budgeting Committee for consideration. The committee is required to submit its report on the estimates to the House by Friday, 5th July 2024. We make progress. I have permitted the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry to make a ministerial statement. The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. Order, honorable members. Let's give him room.
Madam Speaker, I want to firstly express my gratitude for this opportunity to allow me to share information on matters that are pertinent to our nation, particularly at a time like this when our country as well as other neighboring countries are grappling with food security matters. Madam Speaker, Mr. Mumba, the Member of Parliament for Kantanshi, raised concerns regarding the rise in prices of goods, especially food prices in view of the reduced crop production. Government is fully aware of the situation at hand to the extent that His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, declared the drought that the country is experiencing of national disaster and emergency. This drought has significant implications for national food security, impacting crop yields and water availability for human consumption, agricultural activities, energy production. The prolonged dry spells have strained our farmers who are grappling with reduced harvests. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that in the recent past, prices of essential commodities have increased in the country as evident from inflation rate, and this has contributed to the high cost of production and doing business as well as high cost of living. It is also worth noticing that as consequence of reduced production among heightened demand in high prices, government therefore is aware that the reduced crop production and has put measures to cushion the effects of high prices on the well-being of our people. Of course, maize production has been severely impacted by the drought. Nevertheless, government has put in measures to ensure a stable supply and access of commodity across the country, especially in the drought-hit areas where there was no much rain, Madam Speaker. These measures are as follows. Firstly, government has removed duty on the importation of maize through a statutory instrument number 30 of 2024. This simply means that the private sector will be able to import as much grain as possible without paying input duty. This incentive will also enable food manufacturers to have access to maize and manufacture enough feed for livestock and fish. This will ensure that prices of poultry products and fish remain relatively stable. Secondly, government through the Food Reserve Agents and the Disaster Management Unit, MDDU, will import 660,000 metric tons of maize to help meet the national consumption demand. In addition, DMMU will distribute the maize to centers where the community will be able to easily buy and process into mealie meal. Additionally, government is also encouraging farmers across the country to embark on planting early and winter maize through various forms of irrigation. This will help with continuous supply of grain throughout the drought period. Thirdly, government will expand the social cash transfer vertically and horizontally. Vertically expansion simply means that the transfer value of the program will be increased to 400 kwacha per month from the current 200 kwacha. Horizontally expansion means that government will cover an additional of 1.2 million households on an emergency cash transfer of the drought response. In addition, government will also upscale the school feeding program to include additional 37 districts affected by the drought, as well as increase spending on water resources development and management. Inflation, Madam Speaker, Bank of Zambia and the Ministry of Finance, they are handling and working together. Madam Speaker, government has also attracted investment in the production of D-compound and urea fertilizer, which, when fully operational, will reduce the cost of input in the production of maize and soybeans. In the case of minimum, government through the Zambia National Service is producing mealie meal to give consumers an opportunity to obtain the commodity at a cheaper price. The government is also working with the private sector milling companies to produce mealie meal at a lower cost, which in return will help reduce the cost of mealie meal on the local market. Madam Speaker, with regards to fuel, Zambia only import all our petroleum products. However, government is working with measures to facilitate the reduction of fuel prices. Recently, government converted the Tazama pipeline from transporting crude oil to transporting finished low sulfur gas oil, diesel. Government is also working with the private sector players to expand the shortage or storage capacity of fuel to 400,000 liters. Plans are also reached at an advanced stage to set up a more than 240,000 liters capacity plant for LPG in Chibombo district. This will be the first ever plant on LPG to be operational by August 2024, meaning this year. These LPG plants will be replicated in other parts of the country. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I would like to add that government through my ministry is also conscious and alert to the introduction of any legislation that is seen to increase the cost of doing business, as much as Business Regulatory Review Agency is actively engaged to ensure that the regulatory impact assessment is undertaken before introducing any legislative measures or charges. Government remains committed, Madam Speaker, to ensure food security, reduced cost of palm price and prices of all essential commodities. Further, government will continue to monitor the prices of all essential commodities and take appropriate action where it is necessary. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And thank you, Minister, for that ministerial statement. Madam Speaker, there is a saying which says, when government fails to change the lives of the people should change that government. And I'm sure.
Honorable Member for Nakonde, we are making clarifications on the ministerial statement that was given by the
Yes.
Honorable Minister.
It's the same one.
Yes, but I didn't hear the Minister talk about that.
It's a saying.
Please go straight to your point.
Madam
Your
Speaker,
question.
the UPND administration promised the people that the high cost of living and they reduce it. Today, the minister has confirmed that there is high price in essential commodities. The question is, when is Zambia again going to enjoy the life that they used to enjoy with the low prices of essential commodities? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Point of order. Point of order.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Nakonde. And my response is that when we took office in 2021, the country had already gone into serious economic issues.
Order, Honorable Members.
At one point, Madam.
Order, Honorable Minister. The voices are becoming louder. If we want to caucus, please just step out so that you give chance to the people who are listening as well. If you want to caucus, please move out so that the Honorable Minister may continue with the responses. The Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying, before we took office in 2021, the country was in serious economic issues. At one point, Madam Speaker, there was a default to pay back the debt. So when we came into office, these are the issues we started working on, and we managed to restructure the debt, and we are on our way to recovery. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, if you look at our society now, I think the people that are affected with this hunger situation that we're going through as a nation, I think they're the weak in society, the most vulnerable people. Situation in most parts of the country where that is delivered by ZNS, it's sold at 230 kwacha, but we have got people that have taken advantage of that mini meal, abusing the system. They are buying in bulk, and they take that mini meal and end up now exploiting the weak in our country. The mini meal is now being sold at 320, 370. What measures have you put up in place so that we protect the interest of the weakest person in our country? I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, government is looking at that issue. We do have agencies we're working with to make sure that those who are doing that, buying midi meal at a price and taking to our people at a higher price, our agents are looking into that, and anyone will be found getting minimum at a cheaper price from ZNS and sell at a higher price will be dealt with. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your statement. However, Madam Speaker, your directive to the Minister of Commerce was to come here and give a ministerial statement on the measures being taken to ensure that the prices of essential commodities in our country remain very stable. In his submission, the Acting Minister of Commerce started talking about and other things. Madam Speaker, today the reason why we have high prices of essential commodities, number one, is because his government has increased electricity tariffs. His government has tripled the price of fuel. And also, they exported
The Honorable
mess.
Member from Pika, you are not supposed to bring another topic and start debating. You are seeking clarifications on the ministerial statement that was given by the Honorable Minister. Do you have a question on the ministerial statement that was given?
I have a question on the same misleading ministerial statement, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member from Pika, please, let's not change the rules of the House. The public were listening to the ministerial statement. Now you've added the word saying misleading. How will the people feel out there? And the instructions were very clear to say that just ask points of clarification on the ministerial statement. We are not judging the ministerial statement. So the Honorable Member from Pika, do you have a question or you don't have a question so that we give...
I have a question, Madam Speaker. My question to the Acting Minister of Commerce.
You can also please withdraw the word misleading for the sake of the people who are listening out there.
For the sake of those people who are listening out there, I withdraw the misleading ministerial statement, but I remain misled me as a member of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
I think you can take your seat. You are not following my instructions. I said withdraw the word misleading because the ministerial statement has already been given.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I withdraw that statement which is not reading to facts, and I proceed to ask my question, Madam Speaker. My question to the Honorable Acting Minister of Commerce is, what measures have you put in place to avert the escalating prices of essential commodities, taking into account the factors, such as prices of electricity, tariffs, fuel, and other factors? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Production it's extremely important, especially where our food security is concerned. Government policy was to tell the people to get back to the land. And people were encouraged, and people people cultivated. But because of the drought, our farmers, and I mentioned in the statement that they were affected because of the drought. Now, because of that, government has put up measures. One, I said that we will be able to import 660,000 metric of ton of maize. That is to cushion of what is happening. And we are also encouraging our people to continue farming winter and in the dry season, and government is giving irrigation system. From here, Madam Speaker, my ministry, which is also Ministry of SME, we will be giving out solar components, irrigation system to our farmers so that we can fight what we are going through. They must understand that when a country is going through such a drought, each one of us, we need to work as a team. This is not a time of politicking. It's a time as members of parliament to work as a team, encourage our people to get back to the land so that we can fight what we are going through. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Was there a point of order?
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Yeah. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order
Honorable members.
Is premised on the fact that when we stand, we need to give factual statements in this House. And it is directed at the Honorable Member of Mpika, and as much as it is not contemporaneous, also directed to Honorable Luka Simumba. Madam Speaker, we have just been told by the Minister of Finance that as at August 2021, the PF government left a debt of $526 million on fuel, Madam Speaker. On fuel arrears.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Member for Nakonde Mpika, can you please walk out? When you are organized, you come back, because you are distracting the business of the House.
Thank you.
You may
Thank you, Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Minister.
They will listen from outside. Parliament is digitally advanced. Listen when you go out. It's meant for you. Madam Speaker, the people of Zambia need to be told facts. When the PF government was leaving, they left a debt on fuel, which people thought the fuel they were receiving was cheap, when in fact they were hidden costs. And as a consequence, we took over as UPND $526 million debt. Which debt, Madam Speaker? Which debt, Madam Speaker? We have been paying interest at rate of almost 24%. Don't hide. You sit down and listen. Why do you want to hide? Madam Speaker, 526 million. The Zambian people didn't know that these were debts that were accruing.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and the members on my left, Honorable Mpundu and the Honorable Member for Chinsali. Nobody gave you the floor, and you were shouting. The role of the Speaker is to admit even the point of order, which I did. But how do you come in his point of order? Please, let's observe the rules of the House. This is not a playground where we can just... Honorable Mpundu, please leave the House. Honorable Mpundu. No, Honorable Mpundu. Order. Order. Honorable members, order. The Honorable Member for Shesheke and the Honorable Member for Nkana, please leave the House. Please leave the House, go and finish your business outside. I said leave the House. The honorable member for Shesheke, you might as well leave the House. Order, honorable members, we have to make progress. Can we please observe the rules of the House? We came in late, we started the program late. Now we are bringing unnecessary issues in the House, delaying the whole program. Can the whips, leader of opposition, government chief whip, can we please help us so that there is order in the House? And please, let's avoid debating while seated. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, please, can you be precise on your point of order? Let it not be a debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point of order, Madam Speaker, is, are the honorable members on your left, those who seem not to have facts with them, in order not to tell the Zambians that we took over a debt on fuel of $526 million, and that as at March 2024, we have on the fuel a debt of $877.18 billion. Are they in order, Madam Speaker, not to inform the public the truth that we are grappling with serious payment of debts because of previously mismanaged issues? Are they in order to question the statement by the Minister of Commerce, who says we are grappling with paying debt on electricity, we are grappling with paying debt on fuel? Instead of absorbing this, that the government, the current government, is working hard, are they in order, Madam Speaker, instead to come with issues which are quite novel and not necessary in this debate? Are they in order, Madam Speaker?
Order. Honorable members, I think this arose because of people debating while seated. Can we avoid debating while seated? Because now even the point of order was too general. And the Honorable Minister, actually, you debated your point of order. There is nothing for me to rule, because you even made recommendations. So that point of order, Honorable Minister, is not admissible. We make progress. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mukubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Acting Minister of Commerce, for your ministerial statement. Madam Speaker, knowledge is power. And I thought and believed that when you come to Parliament, you give alternatives to the government on what they are lacking and how we can move together to ensure that we make progress for this country. But we seem to be just mere politicking at times. But my question to the Acting Minister of Commerce is that you've converted the pipeline to transport finished product from Tanzania to Tazama in Ndola to mitigate and reduce the price of our petroleum products such as diesel. And you've given some guidelines for accessing the pipeline, which seem to favor a certain OMCs. How are you mitigating that to ensure that there will be full private participation in the usage of pipeline to mitigate or to reduce the price of the commodity? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Energy are handling that issue, and they're working round that issue to make sure that everyone is catered for. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Finance for that supplementary budget. Honorable Minister, we are grateful that our people, particularly those of us that have people who will be affected or have been affected by both the drought resulting in serious hunger situation, this government will attend to their need. We are looking forward to that, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you've just indicated, my question is a rider to Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa. You know, energy security, for us to have energy security, we need to put a system which ensures that, Madam Speaker, we should be able to keep these petroleum products for our usage, probably for almost a year. That is the reason why we have oil storage facilities dotted around the country, and there is still ongoing project to ensure that all provincial centers have oil storage facilities, so that in an event, Madam Speaker, Dar es Salaam, or indeed Middle East, you see the escalating levels of violence that is taking place, unable to ship this oil to Dar es Salaam, we should be able to survive as a country probably for a year. And it brings about predictability in terms of oil prices. Is your government planning, Honorable Minister, to ensure that we have, I know Indeni is not viable, but are you planning to put an investment, either through public-private partnership or indeed public, to ensure that we start processing oil locally, as opposed to bringing in already imported finished products, which eventually, in a case of an eventuality, can affect the economy of this country? I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We actually encouraging private sector to come on board. This government is working with private sector that they can come and invest in that space. But at the moment, we're expanding storage facilities, as I mentioned in the statement, that in Chivombo, soon by the end of the year, we'll be able to have a plant. But investors, private, are invited. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing people of Kabwe Central to ask a follow-up question. Minister, thank you so much for your ministerial statement. Before I can say anything, allow me to congratulate, and this is a message from Kabwe Central constituency, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Hakainde Hichilema, for his recognition for the service of the economic advancement of Zambia and its citizens, enabling citizen access to education and to revitalization of international trade. We really congratulate him. Madam Speaker, I want to also congratulate the New Dawn government because when we are talking about the issue of the rising of cost of living, and you assess what is happening around the world, you find that it is a global issue. And why I'm congratulating the government is because we have heard the program that they have on social protection, the increment on social cash transfer, the food supplements they are taking the whole country. We really want to congratulate the government. They are doing a recommendable job. Now, my follow-up question is that despite the government even exonerating certain items, for example, on solar energy, we have found that private sectors, some individuals, are escalating their prices, increasing sometimes 3 times in a day. How are you engaging the private sector to make sure that they don't take advantage of the situation, hence causing even high cost of living in the country? Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, government is encouraging, our businesses to use solar facilities, and we as government removed tax on the solar components. And then we are engaging the private sector who are into this space to make sure that they don't disadvantage our businesses by hiking the price. We have agencies we are working with, and we ask them that whoever will be found, they will be penalized. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in January, February, March, April, in Mbosha, which is in my constituency in Luano, in Chingombe, in Mboroma, people were buying meal as much as 600 kwacha, 650, and 700 kwacha. Even now, the price is still there. And the ZNS is not able to supply into those areas. Now, we are buying maize at 330 kwacha, and we intend to import some more maize from, I don't know whether it is Russia or South Africa. Now, how do you intend to reduce the price of meal to 50 kwacha if we are buying maize at 330 kwacha? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Madam Speaker, there is what we call demand and supply. Because of the drought, the commodity is not enough, and that's why we are going to import. That's why I've said we're encouraging our families in this country to continue, get into irrigation methods so that we can have our own food in our homes. Madam Speaker, years back, each family was encouraged to have 1 lima. And this government is encouraging its family, including members of parliament, at least 1 lima. We should be the ones to lead so that our members in our constituencies should follow suit. Madam Speaker, I'm encouraging every Zambian, I'm encouraging members of parliament to get some irrigation system and get to the land. The issue of pricing will come down when each one of us will get into that. Madam Speaker, I want to repeat this maybe in another form, in another way. I would like to say, government is not here to bring the maize we're talking about, especially to the members of parliament. I would like the members of parliament to be the examples. As we are here, we must lead and we must be examples. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Pemba.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have informed this August House that Chibombo will construct a LPG plant. Now, my question, Honorable Minister, I would want to know by what percentage do we expect the cost of fuel to come down as a result of this initiative? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. An indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi.
Madam Speaker, I'm very, very grateful. I should have raised this point of order immediately. The Honorable Member who has just walked out talked about mealie meal. Is the minister, acting minister of commerce, in order not to have reminded my colleagues, including the member of Nakonde, who talked about high cost of living attributing to mealie meal, is he in order not to have reminded them that in 2019, when this country had a partial drought, the PF government was feeding the people of Zambia with maize bran instead of mealie meal. Maize bran, Madam Speaker. Is it in order not to have reminded them? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Dundumwezi, your point of order is not admissible, in the sense that we do not advise the Honorable Ministers what to respond to and how to respond to the questions. The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, you can respond to the question that was raised by the Honorable Member for Pemba.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Pemba, he has asked me a question: how much percentage will be when we increase the capacity of storage? My statement did not mention any percentage in reduction. I was just talking about the capacity of storage in our country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Was that the Honorable Member for Nakonde who assisted the Minister? The Honorable Member for Nakonde, I think you can leave us now for good. Thank you. For today, I think you can move away. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Pemba, you are just given one allocation per person.
And he has not forwarded the question that I asked.
Find another avenue of raising that matter. Find another avenue.
He has not gotten the question, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I get you, but find a way of bringing it to me. The Honorable Member for Pambashi.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, government is a continuous process. And in life, there comes a time that you need
The Honorable Member for Chama South, please use this way. You are passing in between the person debating.
There comes a time, Madam Speaker, that we need to be factual as we progress as a nation, because this issue of a debt is an economic matter. Leave it with the Minister of Finance. In 2021, the debt on petroleum...
Are you asking a question, Honorable Member? I can't get you.
Yes, I'm asking a question, which I'm paraphrasing. It was at 500, today it is at almost $900 million. It is a continuous process. The domestic debt was at 90 billion then, Kwacha. Today it is over 200 billion. It is a continuous process because every government is borrowing to feed its citizen, and the debt is moving. Minister, my greatest concern is the living standard of the Zambian people out there. And one of the causes for the increase in the price commodity is petroleum product and energy. And we seem to have appetite for one company called Agrofuel. It seems to have dominated a monopoly of supply of petroleum product in Zambia and is not serving the interest of the citizen of Zambia. Are you intending for once to save the Zambian people and do away with this company called Agrofuel with Shash Patel? What is it that is in there?
The Honorable Member for Lunte, please let's try to avoid distracting or disturbing the person on the floor. These are questions. It's a point of order on who?
Madam Speaker, the devil is a liar from the... Honorable Chitotera cannot join those who are lying.
Honorable Member, please take your seat.
Madam
please
Speaker.
Take your seat. Let's not bring the devil in this house. The Honorable Minister, the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, you may respond.
Madam Speaker, this government is all inclusive and we extending hands to anyone to come in this field and they'll be given opportunity to supply fuel. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. We appreciate the statement the Acting Minister has given on the floor. And we agree that we have to work with you, Honorable Minister. But in working with you, you should also learn to listen from us when we give advice. Madam Speaker, the Minister is responsible for facilitating trade. I remember standing here on the floor advising the substantive minister not to facilitate trade in maize, which was in large stocks. Today he's telling us he's going to import more than 600,000 metric tons of maize. He and his colleagues there even made our vice president go into what she called narmangonomics, increasing the prices in order to reduce, which the Zambian people are yet to see.
Order, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker.
Order. As the 10 is 10:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes.
And at the time business was being suspended, Shiwangandu Member of Parliament, Mr. Stephen Kampyongo, was on the floor of the House posing his question to the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. And so we do expect Mr. Kampyongo to finish off with his question.
And yes, indeed, when business resumed this morning, Madam Speaker did make an announcement. She did say that she received the communication to the effect that in the absence of our Honorable Vice President, is attending to other government business. The Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Stumbeko Msokotwan MP, has been appointed the acting leader of government business in the House from today, 21st June 2024, until further notice.
After that announcement, we did see the acting leader of government business present the business statement for the period 25th June to 5th July 2024.
And thereafter, the House did consider the ministerial statement rendered by the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry on measures being taken to ensure that the process of essential commodities in the country remains stable. And at the time business was suspended, Shiwangandu Member of Parliament, Mr. Stephen Kampyongo, was about to pose a question to the acting minister.
And just now we take a break. Do join us on the other side.
Julian Inyemba. Those were my names given by my parents. But I have a very funny name, a nickname, which was given to me by my father, Mfanki. This is the name which I'm known even in the constituency. Even by the little girl, I'm known by this name, the nickname. But it is not on my professional papers, neither on my NRC. Then in the teaching fraternity, because I was a teacher, so when you go to the teaching fraternity, I'm Mrs. Kapia. When you go to the constituency of Chifunabuli, I am for parliament, and on a professional level, certificates, it's Julian Inyemba. I'm a widow. My late Constantino Kapia died in 1991. He was working here at National Assembly. I'm a mother of two, a girl and a boy. A girl aged 32 and a boy aged 30. I went to Mansa Teachers Training College after completing grade 12 or Form 5 at that time from Zambia Secondary School, because first of all I went to Luwe Primary School for the Catholics. Then I qualified. I went to St. Mary's Secondary School in Kawambwa, where I did Form 1 to Form 3. Because of financial challenges, I shifted. I got a transfer. I went to Zambia Secondary School, where I did Form 4 and Form 5. From there, I went to Mansa Teachers Training College and pursued a certificate in primary teaching. Then I went to teach at Lukwesa Primary School in Mwese District. Then when I got married to my late husband, Mr. Kapia, I shifted to Lusaka in 1987. Then I taught at Justin Kabwe in Mandevu. I taught at Olympia Primary School in Olympia. And then I taught also at Bama Primary School before I went on voluntary separation to go and do my own things, because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a teacher and an entrepreneur at the same time. So I went on voluntary separation from the government. Chifunabuli constituency is a new created district which was declared by His Excellency Dr. Edgar Chagwalungu in 2018. Chifunabuli has got potential to grow because it has got a lot of water bodies. And Chifunabuli people, as I know, they are hardworking and they would want to do whatever government program is being brought, especially the women folk, because as an example to them, I come from there and I was brought up there. No wonder I took up this responsibility. Right now, Chifunabuli is on a good road to development, especially if we use the water bodies for agriculture throughout the whole year. And when we can even for fish farming and then the growing of rice. If we can only have people who can go and invest in growing of rice, cattle rearing, fish farming, and vegetable growing, anything. Chifunabuli has got a fertile land, it has got plenty of water, good rainfall pattern. My developmental agenda for Chifunabuli, looking at Chifunabuli, which was under the missionaries for a long time, the white fathers, they developed Chifunabuli, and Chifunabuli had a lot of people who were educated. But I have observed the literacy levels have gone up. So I'm now advocating for all the parents to be taking their children to school. When you've got an educated society, an informed society, things will be easy for you. And then the development would even come, because most of the people would be able to understand the agendas and the programs for the government. The last word to the people of Chifunabuli is that I have stood as an example to them, especially the women folk. They are supposed to look at me as an example. I have gone into the constituency, interacting with them, encouraging them to do small businesses, encouraging them to grow food, to protect their families with food security at household levels. I'm always there. I'm encouraging them so that we work together as a team. We shouldn't only be looking at men. I have done it. Chifunabuli women can also do it. So I'm their role model. That's why I always go there to encourage them to do one or two things. We have formed clubs where we are rearing chickens, we are keeping goats, and we are also going into agriculture and into fish farming with the youths and the women in Chifunabuli. I want Chifunabuli to go back to the roots where our parents taught us to work and then to have self-discipline. Tumwebe nangumbo banamayo na batatane misepela chentubombele pamo nsala nindi minwa tempulirwa chentubomfya menshile satupele chentubomfya nomushili usumole satupele kuchifunabuli ifwenga kwali babashuka ifwe na chifunabuli twalikwata mensha yengi twalikwata nomushili usuma wotwingali mamwe filimwa fya kweba tumwaka wonse tuleli okwa buloku bulwa.
My name is Kona Simunji. I was born from Mr. and Mrs. Simunji in Namamumba village in the eastern part of Nalikwanda. I did my primary school at Namshishe Primary School in 1974 to 1977. Then from there I moved to Nakayembe Primary School where I did my grade 5 to grade 7. And then from there I went to Kawamathula School in 1982. Up to 1986. From there I did my cabs. As you are aware, I'm an accountant at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter I did NATEC at Evelyn Horn. Thereafter I did ACCA at Zikas. Thereafter I went to university where I did my postgraduate diploma. Constituency is a very nice constituency, though in a very bad state. Nalikwanda constituency is made up of forests and rivers. Currently we have got 53 schools, with mostly primary and basic, and 6 high schools. However, with the schools, I can tell you that we have got a lot of work. Recruitment of teachers, we will embark on buildings, accommodation for teachers. Apart from schools, we have got a bad condition in terms of health posts. We can only say maybe we have got 2 clinics in Nalikwanda, that's Nakanya and Naroi. The rest are health posts where they cannot even admit a patient. So we have got a lot of work in terms of health institutions, because I don't believe in the models of building a health post. I believe in building a clinic which can accommodate at least 15 people, which we don't have currently. Apart from there, we have got no roads in Nalikwanda, which you can call a road. Last year, actually, we had an accident where teachers who were coming from a function in Mongo, their vehicle fall into a river. Meaning our crossing points in Nalikwanda are in a very bad state. So that one is also another area which we need to invest in. Apart from that, in Nalikwanda we cultivate a lot of rice, maize, cassava. So that area is actually, I would say, the most productive part of Mongo district. So we need to educate our people so that they move away from the plains and come and invest a lot in Nalikwanda constituency. In Nalikwanda, we have got a very big plan for them. With the CDF which has been given to the constituencies, we plan to start with the crossing points first. That's our first point. When we finish that one, we move to the clinics. If we can manage even to build mini hospitals, that would be better. Actually, I have managed to secure a mini hospital for Nakanya, which is where we are trying to see if we can put a district. On Saturday this coming weekend, I'll be in Nakanya, where I'm meeting all the chiefs in Narikwanda, where we are going to discuss about developmental issues in Narikwanda.
My name is Honorable Kampamba Mlenga. I'm Member of Parliament for the good people of Kalulushi. I am a mother of 3 wonderful boys. I'm happily married. I hail from the Copper Belt, and this is my 2nd time returning to Parliament. My constituency is more of a peri-urban. Initially, from history, its inception, it's a mining township. So there's the Chambishi part, there's the Kalulushi part, and there's the Chivuluma, and also the rural part. That's where you go into Chati, Chankalamo, which is now Lunga, Ichimpe, etc., etc. So my constituency, the Chambishi part, that's the industrial site. We are one of the few constituencies privileged to have the multi-facility economic zone, and this is where our mines are based. For example, I'll give CCS, NFCA, Sinometals, etc., etc., and we have a few smelting companies. And then one of the other economic activity that we have in Kalulushi is farming, and also we do produce a lot of timber. We have a lot of plantations. And the overview is that we're still a developing constituency. A lot has to be done, but through the years we've seen the development of bituminous standard roads. We've seen the Kitwe Kalulushi road. It would take us initially almost an hour to get into Kitwe, but now it takes us close to maybe 5-10 minutes. We've seen our constituency evolve. Initially we only had 3 clinics. Now we have a general hospital. We also have another hospital that was built by government in Chambishi, and we have clinics dotted almost every ward in my constituency. We have also seen the involvement of our constituency in terms of street lightening. We are getting there. We're slowly evolving in terms of development. My plan is to continuously, through government, bring development, and I must make mention that most of the development that we see in our constituency, for example, extension of schools, rehabilitation of schools and clinics, etc., boreholes, have also been engineered through our cooperating partners. So for a very long time, I must mention I was district commissioner at one time, so we did have a good working relationship with our cooperating partners who have forever been on board. So we do get support from government, and also we do get support from our cooperating partners. And as a returning member of parliament is obviously to see that Kalulushi is growing. Every year we are getting numbers, we are having newborns, and obviously we are having people now moving into Kalulushi because of the NAPSA housing complex, and also because through council, the local authority, there's also been plots being allocated. So we need to develop. There are a lot of other places that need development, for example, good road network, water and sanitation, electricity, etc., etc. So as member of parliament, through the Constituency Development Fund, we are progressing in terms of the requirements, and it's good that this development is coming right from the grassroots. And of course, with the minimal funds, we are only able to pick as many as we can. So economically, I think we are doing well. My last word to the people of Kalulushi is to sincerely thank them for the support that they've rendered to me throughout the years. I am here at Parliament because of the support that you've given. Everything that I am, where I stand today, is because of you, the good people of Kalulushi. And for me, I'm a member of Parliament regardless of any political party. And this is our home. This is my message to the people. This is who we are. We're from Kalulushi. This is where we're based. This is where we'll die. So let's come on board and give each other ideas and make sure that we develop Kalulushi. We are also calling upon our cooperating partners, thanking them sincerely for the work that they have done. And just to say, it's the first time that Kalulushi has a returning member of parliament. So I do not take
Thank you so much. You're still watching Parliament Television, the station that brings Parliament closer to you. Today, Friday, 21st June 2022. At the time business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement rendered by the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry on measures being taken to ensure that the prices of essential commodities in the country remain stable. And members of Parliament are making points of clarification regarding that ministerial statement, and on the floor of the House was Mr. Stephen Kampyongo Shwangando, Member of Parliament, who was about to pose a follow-up question to the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
And yet to be considered on the floor of the House are two motions. The first motion will be moved by Mr. Remember Mutale, who is Chitambo Member of Parliament, urging that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Legislation and International Agreements on the consideration of the statutory instruments for 2023 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th June 2024.
And Ms. Weso Sefulo Manda, Member of Parliament, will move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact. So saying that Mrs. Sibeso Sefulo Mwandi MP is expected to move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th June 2024.
Bells are still ringing. A quorum has not yet been constituted. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament need to be present for business to be transacted on the floor of the House. So once a quorum is constituted, business of the House will resume, and we do expect the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, Honorable Elias Muranga, who is also actually the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise Development, to continue responding to the points of clarifications that various members of Parliament are posing.
And just that reminder as well that the Minister of National Planning, Finance rather, and National Planning did present the supply estimates number 1 of 2024, which has been referred to the expanded and budgetary committee, and the committee is expected to report back to the House on 5th July 2024.
When business was suspended, the House was considering the ministerial statement presented by the Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, and the Honorable Member for Shuangandu was asking a follow-up question. May the Honorable Member continue?
Most appreciated, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, before we went on break, I was just in a process of posing a follow-up question on the Honorable Minister. And Mr. Speaker was saying that between the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Trade, Commerce and Industry, the people of Zambia have had many assurances through this August House. And also that those assurances culminated into the leader of government business equally making further assurances, because we were initially told that we were food secure, and therefore there was no need for us as honorable members of parliament, people's representatives, to be worried when we questioned the aspect of government exporting the maize stocks, more than 1 million metric tons. And I did state, because all these matters are on record, that the leader of government business then came up with what she termed as
May you ask your question, Honorable Member?
Yes, Madam Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear so that the minister can give a... The economics of prices being increased in order to reduce, which the people of Zambia have been waiting for. Honorable Minister, in your heart of hearts, would you say, now that you have said you are going to import 650 metric tons of maize, would you say there was logic and the people of Zambia should be able to still trust you even when you assured them that they were food secure? There was no need for them to be worried. For you to first of all export maize, and now you want to import in the similar way, increase prices in order to reduce. So whether it was export in order to import, was it logical for your government to export those large quantities of maize, and now you are stressing the Minister of Finance to find forex through the supplementary budget to re-import the same maize that was facilitated by yourself?
Order. May the Honorable Minister respond. I think he has asked enough questions.
Mr. Speaker, when a country is going through a drought, I'm pausing so that people would really understand what a drought means. It means there will be no production of our staple food, which is maize. Right now, if there was no drought, Mr. Speaker, we could have not gone to import 660,000 metric tons of maize. Now, because of what we are undergoing, Mr. Speaker, this is why we've gone to import. But furthermore, I'm saying, even in the midst of these challenges we have, government is not sitting down. We do have winter maize coming online, early maize coming online. Yes. Soon, we will pass what we're talking about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Katanshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm glad that your statement has come just after the much awaited for budget realignment, which has been announced, been announced by the Finance Minister. Honorable Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the efforts that have so far been announced, but the people of Kantanshi, I think, would want the government to be a bit more ambitious. And what do they mean? Mr. Speaker, our food basket is not just about mealie meal. And the various interventions, yes, that have been announced are welcome. But again, Mr. Speaker, we are a country that has failed to have cheap mealie meal, even after spending close to $500 million every financial year to try and respond to maize. But that's not what my intention was when I was asking what government is going to do on the announced crop output. The intention was, what will happen to the cost of cooking oil, and what intervention will government put in? Are they going to start sitting with companies like Amanitas, Yola, to try and find out how they can work together to ensure that the cost of cooking oil does not go beyond normal? Right now, the cost of a chicken in Kantanshi is 150 kwacha. Obviously, that means that the stock brands that have been used have become expensive and will continue to be expensive. So the spirit behind what the people of Kantanshi wanted to know is, how ambitious is government going to be? Like what we saw Zambia sugar being met by Ministry of Commerce, and we saw a reduction of the 2 kg cost of sugar from 84 kwacha to 60 kwacha. Are we going to see these interventions, and how soon will they be, so that our people can be confident that, yes, with the measures that have been announced, government is being more ambitious and proactive in meeting also other producers, even big chains like ShopRite, Choppies? Is government sitting down with them to see how prices can be mitigated through tax rebates and so on? That was the spirit behind the concern that we raised. Now, I'd like to find out from the minister, how soon are you going to have such engagements, and how regularly are you going to be able to communicate to the people of Zambia, so that we have confidence that, yes, this challenge is being addressed holistically. Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Kantanshi who actually raised these concerns. Government is proactive, and soon we are addressing such issues. I talked about we're engaging with these companies into solar components who are charging our people high pricing. We're talking to them. Just as you said about Zambia Sugar Company and many other, companies that might take advantage of, the drought to escalate the pricing in commodities. So your question is how soon? My answer is very soon. Government is looking into this, and you see it very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Notice of motion, the Honourable Member for Chitambo.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Legislation and International Agreements for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th June 2024.
Is the motion seconded?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the people of Lufu are seconding.
Seconded by the Honourable Member for Lufulu. The question is that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Legislation and International Agreements on the consideration of the statutory instruments for 2023 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House
on Wednesday, 19th June 2024. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Mr. Speaker, during the year under review, the committee considered a total of 72 statutory instruments issued by different government ministries and agencies. I will highlight only a few of the issues encountered by the committee during its deliberations. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a stakeholder engagement meeting with the Ministry of Labour and Representative Association on Statutory Instrument number 48, the Employment Code, Minimum Wages and Conditions of Employment, General Order 2023, Instrument number 49, the Employment Code, Domestic Workers, Minimum Wages and Conditions of Employment, General Order 2023, and Statutory Instrument number 50 of 2023, the Employment Code, Shop Workers, Minimum Wages and Conditions of Employment, Order 2023. The meeting was held against the background of immense stakeholder concerns regarding the high non-compliance to the regulations. The committee's findings and recommendations are well documented in its report. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to highlight some of the concerns raised by the stakeholders. The committee observes with concern the low staffing levels at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, which presently is only operating in 64 districts. In this regard, the committee urges the government to expedite the process of restructuring the Ministry of Labour and Social Security in order to ensure that the staffing challenges are resolved. Mr. Speaker, the committee is further concerned that the Department of Labour, which is responsible for conducting inspections and ensuring compliance to labour laws, only has 11 functional vehicles countrywide. This was affecting the effective conduct of routine inspections. The committee urges the government to address the transport challenges that the department was facing in order to improve service delivery to the people of Zambia. Mr. Speaker, having been concerned with responses from the executive in the action taken report, the committee also undertook to assess the implementation of Statutory Instrument number 39 of 2016, the provincial and district boundaries order, Karumbila and Mushindamo districts, which created Karumbila and Mushindamo districts. The committee notes with concern that while the intention to create new district is well intended, the declaration of new district is often not met with matching funding for the building of the relevant infrastructure for the new districts. The committee urges the government to consider setting aside funding for the construction of infrastructure at Karumbila district in particular, and all other recently declared districts in the country. Mr. Speaker, the committee further urges the government to expedite the process to degazette the site at Kafulabunga area, or consider the alternative location stakeholders have identified at Mafita area. Mr. Speaker, the committee takes note that there has been progress made with regards to committee recommendations. Of the 86 recommendations made to the committee in its report for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, 47 were closed following submissions of the action taken report. This is an indication of a progressive step towards the executive acting on committee recommendations. Mr. Speaker, The committee would like to urge the government to enhance awareness and sensitization with regards to delegated legislation, in particular statutory instrument issued by ministries and quasi-government institutions, in order to ensure compliance and appreciation of the regulations. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank your office and that of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support rendered throughout this session. I would also like to thank all the government institutions that availed themselves during the committee's local tours of Lusaka, Central, Northwestern, and the Copper Belt provinces, as well as those that provided written memoranda, which the committee relied on. Mr. Speaker, for the information of members, the committee has also modernized. The name has changed from delegated legislation. It is now called legislation and international agreements, meaning that our scope has been increased. With that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Lufulu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is the Lufubu constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me first to thank the mover of the motion, the chairman of the committee, Honorable Mutale. In an excellent manner, he has moved the motion. Mr. Speaker, as you've heard, the committee did the tour and we had meetings where a lot of things came out. As a seconder, I also just look at a few things. Since the report is being circulated, other people will talk about other issues also. The first thing the people of Lufubu want to bring to the attention of the House and the general public is also on statutory instrument number 41 of 2023, the Tazama pipeline, which also in the tour we found that now it's operating at full capacity and there was sufficient stock. So, Mr. Speaker, even when you hear some people want to talk about that, talking about the deficiencies and whatever, just know that maybe it's just political statements. Otherwise, everything is in order. And we expect to see the Zambian people benefiting from this because this may result into a reduction on fuel prices. Mr. Speaker, the second thing that we want also to bring out is on statutory instrument number 60 on water utility companies, which was talking about the removal of VAT. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this one, it was well intended and very helpful, but because of certain factors, I think we need to do more. That one is not enough in order for us to see that our people get the commodity, the water, at a price that is lower. Because right now, from the finding of the committee, these water utilities actually are making losses. Because you will find that on chemicals and other equipment that they need to use, they are supposed to pay that VAT and all the taxes. Hence, this even made it difficult for these utility companies to be able to reduce the tariffs. The third one, Mr. Speaker,
is on statutory instrument number 60, where the government was thoughtful to see to it that the councils also should be supplemented with funds to be able to maintain the roads, which is very good initiative. Of course, some cities have complained to say the amount is not enough, looking at how much work is there. But of course, we know these local authorities, they've got also equalization fund, and they've got other, there is also CDF there. I think it's just important that we, for that initiative, I know, and the committee realize that on emergencies, that fund will be very helpful. The only unfortunate thing is that at the time we were passing through, it was already about 5 months, and that those funds were not yet received by the councils. The fourth one is statutory instrument number 67, media, music, and film equipment. Well-intended SI. And it is well appreciated even by the players in this industry. The only thing that they brought out that needs to be looked at is there is still the issue of agents at the borders to clear. That is still bringing in another cost. So they are requesting that the government can look at removing these agents. The last one that I would love to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is the statutory instrument number 51 on PPP. That's Concola Toll Plaza. Well intended and a perfect move by the New Dawn government. It is good, and it is a very good learning lesson that we saw. The tariffs, the toll fees were okay, except on two. The first one on the truck and trailers, those where they are charging 1,250 kwacha. I think that one should have been the two-way thing. To be just one-way thing, I think is too much for our people. Then the second one, it is on the fuso fighters that carry the livestock. They are being charged 350 kwacha. I think that one is too much. We request the relevant ministry and people who are looking into it to make sure that even before the close of July, that can be looked at and reduced to a reasonable fee, maybe of 100 kwacha or 150. That would be helpful. Mr. Speaker, with those few additional information, the people of Rufubu beg to move and support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Shuangando.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And let me start thanking and commending the mover of the motion, the Honourable MP for Chitambo, and the seconder of the motion, as I make a few contributions in support of the adoption of the report. Before I do, Mr. Speaker, let me just take this opportunity to acknowledge the Honourable Minister who engaged last time with regards to the issue of NEMA. And the last time we engaged her, she seemed adamant and comfortable that NEMA was well placed under ministry. But now that you have heeded to our advice, it's commendable. That's how it should be. Here we are not here to politic, we are also here to point out certain omissions in your government. So we commend you for finally taking heed to our recommendation to take back NEMA to the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, your report is well elaborate, and I will just take interest in some of the issues they focused on with regards to the statutory instrument number 48, which is the employment code, and also statutory instrument number 49 rather, which was then the employment code meant for the domestic workers in view of the minimum wage. The committee, the report highlights a number of challenges that are faced by the ministry insofar as the stakeholder concerns are highlighted. And this is mainly to do with non-compliance to the regulations, either by the employers or also failure by the ministry to follow up on these employers that are non-compliant. So we here have a responsibility to pass laws and adopt statutory instruments that are passed by government. And it comes to nothing if these can't be enforced. So the challenges they've raised, Honorable Minister, are not insurmountable. Issues such as motor vehicles for inspectors. These are things that the ministry can easily address in order to make your inspectors more effective. But what is worse, Mr. Speaker, and to you, Honorable Minister, is that it doesn't show confidence to the members of the public to see their government officials not being respected. There was a case in point, Mr. Speaker, which was brought to the attention of the members of the public. Inspectors from the Ministry of Labor go to a transport company to go and do inspections with senior officers, and someone picks a phone to call someone they are connected to, and officers were told to stop their mandatory function. That should not be tolerated, Honorable Minister. It puts your people vulnerable. You can imagine how those workers in that transport company felt, neglected by their own government, because they had issues they wanted to raise and they had reported to your ministry, and they wanted support from your ministry in order for them to be protected by their government. So we need to see teeth to bite people that are breaking and ignoring the law. So, Mr. Speaker, the other one is just obviously continuous decentralization. You need the presence, because we are told you have got 20 officers in 64 districts. That's undesirable. It's important that you get closer to your people so that your people can be protected. And further, with the biting economy, your people are stressed. This minimum wage now is outdated. I don't know how much someone can do with 1 million right now, when a bag of minimum is costing 450 kwacha. 1,000, sorry. Thank you for correction, colleagues. 1,000. We don't know how much one can do with 1,000, when a bag of minimum is just about 450 kwacha. Some of them have to pay rent. Some of them have to move from their homes to their working places. What can they do? So, Mr. Speaker, this minimum wage is already outdated. It has been overtaken by the high cost of living. And if you look at the food basket cost, as assessed by, we have been told that for a household of 5, the food basket is now costing around 10,000 kwacha. So how many of our people are able to put food on the table? So most of our workers, Mr. Speaker, are stressed. But we also understand that those companies they are working for are equally pressed between the hard press and the rock. Most of these manufacturers now have been adversely affected by road shedding. So the production has come down. And what will happen to some of these people, to some of these companies, they've
easiest thing they would be resorting to is to cut down on labor. So it's a very interesting balancing act. And these are the realities that government, very well-meaning government, must dedicate their time to address. Even as the minister was presenting his supplementary budget, he knows how difficult it's going to be for him to raise revenue. Because the major contributors to the revenue basket are these companies that are in production, trade kings, that are in production, brewery companies. Now, if they can't produce, how do you get revenue? And then you have got workers also who are looking for better conditions. These are the realities that you have to deal with as government, in order for the people to know, to feel you, that you are still relevant to them. Otherwise, the way you are looking tired, it will be very difficult. You need to redeem yourselves. And the matters to redeem yourselves as government are these issues that are raised in this report. Show care for your people. Show care for your citizens, not us. Here we are just prayers. Very soon the people will be renewing our mandates, depending on what you do, especially you in government. Because you go back to these same people who are failing to put food on the table. That's a reality. You can pretend here and there, but this will don't.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, with these few comments, we implore the Minister of Labour
you may
to be
take
proactive.
your seat.
Thank you very much.
And also, as you were concluding, the language wasn't parliamentary.
I withdraw, sir, and just proceed with the, please, you go back
You may
to these
take your
people.
seat.
Thank you.
The honorable member for Chama South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me first thank the mover of the committee of the report for the work well done. Honorable Speaker, I just want to touch on two issues. The mover of the report indicated that the Minister of Labour is, in terms of staffing, having challenges. I want to appeal to the Minister that if our people are to see meaningful contribution coming from that ministry, it's very, very important that the government should consider upscaling in terms of labor inspectors, Honorable Speaker. Many of our people are in the informal sector, particularly small and medium enterprises. I know the small minister is or Minister for Small and Medium Enterprises is not around. A lot of our people, Honorable Speaker, if you are to check, they are either shopkeepers, they are either welders, working in restaurants, working in lodges, construction sites. And statistically, if we request the Minister of Labour to give us the statistics, we will discover, Honourable Speaker, that probably 60% of our workforce is absorbed in this sector. How do we protect, for example, the rights of construction workers, of shopkeepers, security guards, and many other workers who are in this sector if we do not have sufficient labor inspectors? It's very, very important that as government makes pronouncements on the minimum wage, especially in this informal sector, we also have mechanisms of ensuring that enforcement is done. A lot of our people, if you are to check the conditions of service that they go through, because they have no option. At times they even fear to address labor officers, the few labor officers who are there, because they know that the moment those labor officers leave these sites, probably they'll be losing their jobs. So it's very, very important, Honorable Minister, that probably as we'll be looking at a committee by this, at the report by this committee, I hope this will be a closed matter. We need enough labor inspectors. The final point, which is the second one, is where the seconder of the report indicated that they were very happy to see our Tazama pipeline pumping finished diesel and the sufficient stock. I would like to probably submit, Honorable Speaker, that much as that is a good thing, we need to have our strategic fuel reserves secure in almost all the provinces. I know we have tanks in Eastern Province which were completed. We also have a lot of tanks here in Lusaka. If you go to Yantanshi Road and just beyond Yantanshi, there are those storage tanks. The government has to ensure that these tanks, Honorable Speaker, are filled with this diesel, not only diesel, other petroleum products like petrol, as well as kerosene. If you check most of these filling stations, you discover that they do not have kerosene. We need these products stored for one reason. In an event that this pumping, Honorable Speaker, is disrupted, that is not the wish of us as Zambians, but events occur, Honorable Speaker. The country should not be affected. If anything, we should be able to plan that in any eventuality where sources of this crude are unable to supply to our country, we should be able to sustain ourselves probably for more than a year. That is the plan that we should put in place as a nation. We are just talking of restarting of Ndola Energy Plant. That is diesel-powered plant, which is consuming millions and millions of liters per day. So what plans are we putting in place as a nation to ensure that we plan for this rainy day? And not only that, this is also a measure that will cushion the monthly revision of fuel prices. If we stock enough in our storage facilities, we'll give relief to the consumers of petroleum products in terms of monthly reviews. Because should our currency fluctuate, prices will be able to be maintained probably for a month or two. As it is, where we pump fuel, should there be fluctuation in the price, immediately it affects our consumers. So your report, Honorable Speaker, is right on spot, and we, people of Chama South, are in support of this report. With these few contributions, Honorable Speaker, I wish to submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Justice will respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give government's position and indeed response to the report that has been laid on the floor of the House by the Committee of Legislation and International Agreements to this August House. Mr. Speaker, allow me once again to commend the work of the Committee of Legislation and International Agreement for the work done during the period of the third session of the 13th National Assembly. It is imperative for me to start by indicating that according to Article 62 and 63 of the Constitution, Chapter 1 of the laws of Zambia, only Parliament has powers to enact legislation in Zambia. However, Article 65 of the Constitution permits Parliament to confer on a person or authority the power to make statutory instruments. Therefore, the mandate of this committee, is among others to check on whether the delegated functions of making the statutory instruments is being done within the confine of the enabling legislation and is highly recommendable. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I equally state that we have duly taken note of the committee's observation and recommendations arising from the Part 1 of the report, and indeed from the debaters that have raised some concerns, although some concerns I was a little bit lost between the Minister of Labour or maybe Minister of Finance. We note that the committee ably considered a total of 72 statutory instruments, and finding of the committee was that they ensure that all of the said 72 statutory instruments were done in accordance of the enabling legislation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the preparation and the drafting of the statutory instrument is done by my ministry. Therefore, I am elated to receive the report that confirms that government complied with the enabling legislation in the execution of the delegated legislation. May I hasten, Mr. Speaker, sir, to mention that an action taken report on the committee's observations and recommendations on the second part of the report will be consequently tabled before this very august House. Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the government, may I reiterate that the New Dawn government under the UPND, under the able leadership of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, no other than President Hakainde Hichilema, is fully committed to ensuring that the Acts of Parliament are timely supplemented by the requisite statutory instruments in order to make the laws of the Republic of Zambia more effectuous. In this regard, therefore, it is our goal to continue making sure that when preparing and drafting statutory instruments, all stakeholders are consulted, and that there is strictly adherence to the delegated authority under the enabling legislation. With these very few words and response from the government, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Chitambo will wind up debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful that our report today has seen the face of the House. And I want to thank the seconder of the motion, the Member of Parliament for Shuangandu, Member of Parliament for Chama South, and the Minister of Justice for contributing to this motion. Mr. Speaker, the issues we raised in our report are very important for the executive to act on. And I have one in mind, the Konkola Toll Plaza. We need to ensure that prices or toll fees are revised. We know that that toll plaza is under PPP, but the toll fees which are being paid there are quite high. Also, Mr. Speaker,
We also need to look at issues with Tazama. We were told that when Tazama start pumping in finished products, we shall see a variation in terms of the fuel pricing. It is the wish of this committee that the Minister of Finance should ensure that that variation should come through so that the people of Zambia can benefit from the pumping of finished products. And, Mr. Speaker, the issues to do with labor, they are very, very, very important, especially on these shop workers and maids. We need to ensure that our people also start feeling the heat of the Ministry of Labor by adjusting the minimum wage. Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to thank your office and that of the clerk for giving us opportunity to do our work in an environment that was very conducive. I thank you.
I put the question. The question is that this House adopts a report of the Committee on Legislation and International Agreements on the consideration of the statutory instruments for 2023 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th June 2024. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Notice of motion. The Honourable Member for Mwandi.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt a report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th June 2024.
Is the motion seconded?
Mr. Speaker, the motion is seconded.
Seconded by the Honourable Member for Ron. The question is that this House adopt a report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th June 2024. Any debate? The Honourable Member for Mwandi.
Mr. Speaker, with reference to Standing Order 209J and 210 of the National Assembly Standing Orders 2024, the committee has considered the subject of fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to state from the onset that fiscal decentralization empowers local governments to make decisions tailored to the specific needs and preferences of their communities, improving responsiveness and accountability. With financial resources managed closer to the point of service delivery, there can be a more efficient and effective provision of public resources. Mr. Speaker, allow me to comment on some of the key findings from the committee's engagement with various stakeholders on this topical issue. Mr. Speaker, the committee observes that the funds given to the local authorities through the Local Government Equalization Fund have remained unchanged over a long period of time, thereby defeating its intended purpose, as it cannot meet the current needs. In this regard, the committee recommends that the government should consider increasing the funds to meet the current needs of the local authorities. Mr. Speaker, another issue that the committee was confronted with was the issue of limited size of the grant in lieu of property rates. The committee notes that the government properties are exempt from paying property rates. Instead, the local authorities receive a grant in lieu of rates. The committee is, however, concerned that this grant is only a tiny fraction of the rateable value of government properties and is rarely paid on time. Mr. Speaker, it is in this regard that the committee strongly recommends that the central government should revise the grant in lieu of rates upwards to make it more reflective of the market price of government properties in local authorities. Mr. Speaker, let me now comment on the poor state of payment systems in some local authorities. The committee observes that some local authorities still rely on manual payments, which in the view of the committee are easily manipulated, resulting in a loss of income. Additionally, clients are sometimes reluctant to line up or travel long distances to pay for their rates. In this regard, the committee recommends that government should take measures to ensure that all local authorities should digitalize their payment systems by using options such as online or mobile payments. Mr. Speaker, another thorny issue that the committee dealt with was that of high indebtedness of most local authorities. The committee is concerned that most local authorities are highly indebted, especially concerning statutory obligations. This should not be allowed to continue, as it compromises the services provided in their jurisdictions, as most resources are directed towards servicing historical debts. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, the committee recommends that the government should take practical measures to resolve the indebtedness of most of the local authorities. More specifically, the government should put measures in place to strengthen local authority institutions by enhancing their administrative and financial capabilities to ensure effective resource management. Additionally, there is a need for statutory bodies such as the National Pensions Scheme Authority, NAPSA, and Zambia Revenue Authority, ZRA, to consider waiving penalties from the debts owned by local authorities. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, allow me to place on record the gratitude of the committee to all the stakeholders who rendered both written and oral submissions which helped to enrich the report before the floor of the House today. Mr. Speaker, the committee also wishes to thank you and the Clerk of the National Assembly and its staff for the guidance and support rendered to it. With the above, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Does the seconder wish to speak now or later? Mr. Speaker, now. The Honourable Member for Ron. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I appreciate and sincerely thank
your seat, Honourable Member for Chiengi.
Thank the chairperson of the committee. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to add a few pertinent issues, even when the chairperson has covered most of them, on the physical decentralization in Zambia and indeed its impact on the economy. Mr. Speaker, I'll zero in on a few points, 8 in number, and I'll start with Mr. Speaker, one which talks about the power to raise and spend resources. Mr. Speaker, through our interaction as a committee, we were told that even when the local authorities are allowed to raise some of these resources, but the spending power, Mr. Speaker, still remains with the central government. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommended that the revenue resources such as toll fees and motor vehicle licensing should be under the jurisdiction of local authorities as it is stated by law. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the failure to meet statutory and other obligations. Mr. Speaker, the chairperson of the committee has alluded to this, but I just want to also echo the sentiments of the chairperson that indeed some of these local authorities, Mr. Speaker, are highly indebted in terms of debts, and most of these debts are coming from the statutory obligations such as NAPSA and the Zambia Revenue Authority. These debts, Mr. Speaker, are historical debts. It was suggested, therefore, by your committee that government should consider writing off these debts from these local authorities so that they can start on a zero slate. Mr. Speaker, the third point that I want to talk about is the low levels of local governance equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, it came out clearly that local government equalization fund that is given to local authorities by government is not enough. And it was therefore recommended that government should consider increasing or upwarding these funds for local authorities to meet some of their needs. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I want to talk about is the increased workload for local authority staff. Mr. Speaker, it was learned that from the time the CDF was increased from 1.6 to the current 8.6 million kwacha, it has been found that members of staff in local authorities are actually being overloaded. And as such, the committee, Mr. Speaker, recommends that government should consider creating incentives such as extra duty allowances for principal officers and other officers directly involved in the implementation of CDF activities so that they are matched with extra responsibilities that they are encountering. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the government should develop a remuneration strategy for members of the World Development Committee as they play an important and critical role in the physical decentralization. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I want to talk about, even when my chairperson has talked about, was the grant in lieu of rates. I do not want to belabor the point because the chairperson has already alluded to that indeed most government properties do not pay land rates or indeed property rates. Instead, the central government pay local authorities in lieu. It was actually recommended by your committee, Mr. Speaker, that the central government should revise the grant in lieu of rates to make it more reflective of the market value of government properties in local authorities. Mr. Speaker, on personal levy, your committee learned that the personal levy has been static for some time at 15 kwacha. And this is since 1997, when it was revised under the Personal Levy Act Chapter 329 of the laws of Zambia. The committee, Mr. Speaker, therefore, recommends that personal levy should be adjusted upwards in order to increase the revenue raised by the local authorities. Mr. Speaker, on the manual payment system, I also want to appreciate the chairperson who has actually alluded to this, that most local authorities actually should migrate to digitalize their payment system. As other now, most of the local authorities are using manual system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the equal allocation of CDF across all constituencies, the committee notes with concern that the Constituent Development Fund is administered across the constituents equally, without taking into consideration the size of a constituency, population, infrastructure development, and other factors. Mr. Speaker, your committee therefore recommends that the government should adopt an equitable mechanism for the allocation of CDF according to the needs of a particular constituency. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that line ministry should provide additional funds to support different sectors of the economy and not solely rely on CDF. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to submit.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honourable Member for Zambezi East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion which is on the floor of the House, the report of your committee on national economy, trade and labor matters. Mr. Speaker, I endeavor to simply comment on the milestones that we have made by this decentralization process, which is aimed at devolving the physical functions to the most relevant lowest organs of our governance in the country, which is the local authorities. And indeed, if you can see clearly, the local authorities are best placed for this physical decentralization, in that they are the same ones even managing our own CDF, which has done so well so far in as far as implementation of decentralization is concerned. Now, physical decentralization requires that even the revenue envelope is actually decentralized. We seem to have done very well on the expenditure side of decentralization, but the revenue envelope still is centralized. And as you can see, most of the funds that are spent at that level of the local authorities still comes from the central government. And again, our laws, when you look at them closely, seem to be a little bit at conflict with what we want to achieve in terms of decentralization. I have in mind the Public Finance Management Act, number 2 of 2018, which is very instructive in terms of how public finances need to be accounted for by public institutions. And in there are rules of how public money is supposed to be collected and expended. And the famous Control 99 is well explained in terms of how it should be utilized. However, I see that your committee delved a little bit in explaining these things, the challenges that the local authorities are facing in terms of rates. There are some local authorities which are fairly rich in this country, and especially if we achieved much in the planned mineral exploration, we expect most of our councils to be quite rich, because as the mining industry booms out there, the higher the amounts of rates that these councils would actually get, because there will be more economic activity at the local level. However, your committee was magnanimous enough to flag out the challenge that these local authorities face, especially that they just received, they receive a grant out of the rates that they collect. And that's how the law sits. So what we need to do is to simply visit the laws now. When we commit ourselves to something, we should be very quick to also committing ourselves in adjusting the laws so that they're in conformity and they're speaking to each other. And I like the motivation so far seen from Cabinet that in this meeting, there is already a number of laws that are coming to the House for amendment and trying to make government functions to be more efficient. So it's all about efficiency. The ideas are there. The motivation is there to achieve total decentralization, except the impending issues are actually in the laws themselves on how they sit. Whilst you want to achieve one thing on one hand, the law on the other hand tries to slow you down to achieve this. So we have to collectively revisit our laws so that they can be efficient enough to achieve this total decentralization. And I think that is what your committee is talking about here. It's flagging off these challenges or the bottlenecks that exists at the local authorities level so that, such that we are able to achieve a full devolution of these functions, especially on the revenue envelope, where they still have to depend on these equalization funds in order for them to function appropriately. When you look at the councils now, it's become now that they are surviving because of the CDF. The administrative component seems to be now financing their operations. Of course, most of the work that they are doing now is CDF related. But it's a bit different from those local authorities in the urban areas. In the urban areas, they seem to have a little more responsibilities. They manage big markets. They manage quite many other functions, including cleaning up the city, which functions are not funded using the CDF mostly. because CDF is going to finance mostly capital infrastructure and micro capital infrastructure. In the rural areas, yes, that's feasible, but for the urban councils, they really need these laws to be softened so that their revenue envelope is good enough for them to function like those cities we know of in developed countries like London, like cities like Manchester, cities like New York, where a municipality is actually functional and self-contained, and even when they come up with bylaws, they are effective because they are able to raise their own finances and they are able to finance their own expenditure in terms of the mandate that they are expected to deliver to the people that they stand for. So in our setup, definitely my message in my submission is that let us relook at some of these laws that slow down this very good initiative of decentralizing and devolving certain government functions to this very important lower organ of government, the local authority, so that we can be more efficient and we can run an efficient government. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I would like to sincerely thank you for the opportunity, and I submit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to also make a few comments in support of the report and the motion ably moved by the Honourable MP for Mwandi and seconded by, I've forgotten the second of the motion. Mr. Speaker, I think the issues raised in the report are pertinent issues that would require the executive to address. The issue of equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, is an issue which was meant to create some kind of harmony between the councils with capacity to raise revenue and those that have got no capacity. For example, you can't obviously compare the rural councils to the town councils. So the lack of funds in terms of disbursements to the local authorities has now posed the challenge to the only fund which seems granted, which everybody is now pointing to, the Constituency Development Fund. And this is the reason why you can see challenges such as what we have witnessed in Kalabo, where out of need to do certain undertakings, the council opt to fall on the Constituency Development Fund, because the equalization fund, which ordinarily could have been utilized for the councils to undertake certain programs and projects, is not flowing. What is available is the CDF. So that's why you saw that council falling, found wanting. And it could not be it might not only be the only council in that situation, Honorable Minister. There could be other local authorities in the same situation. So we need to find a way of addressing this challenge, because failure to do that, we shall continue to get our councils found in such situations. The issue of decentralization has always been just ensuring that the portfolio functions of government are pressed closer to the people with matching resources. Now, what we are seeing, Mr. Speaker, is you move 10 steps forward and you move 15 steps backward. What do I mean? CDF as a fund in question. You, sir, us, we are meant to believe that the decision making is supposed to be up, down, up. What development committees into CDF committees, then forward recommendations for implementation. Now, and we have been told that within the first quarter of the year,
we must finish the plans. But what is happening is that you have done your plans according to the funds as allocated in the budget, then you start getting circulars, which circulars actually get to take probably half of the amount that you need to disperse. So those plans that you could have made as CDF committees then have to be changed. So these are issues that require to deal with, so that we are not seen to be, we say, bottom up and then down, up down in terms of decision making. What is has also shocked all of us is this decision of mopping funds back to the central treasury. Money is disbursed to the local authorities through the local banks. It's called off. It's got back to the central treasury. And then councils have to make recommendation to say, okay, now certificate so for the construction of a school is ready for payment. Then they send to Lusaka. Honorable Minister, what sort of decentralization are we implementing? And I think my colleagues, both this side of the house and on the other side, they are faced with this challenge. And we need to address it, because when you appropriate funds, you plan in the first quarter of the year. All you expect is the councils to give contracts. If it's procurements, they go to do the procurement of what has been recommended by the CDF committee. But how is it going to work that the funds are not sitting in the local banks? They have to send the certificates up to Lusaka. I don't know then what decentralization we're implementing. So the recommendations from the committee is well meant. The manual payments that report has spoken to, we also need to factor in the challenges that the local authorities are facing. You have seen local authorities even failing to even do payments because they would have no electricity probably the whole day. How are they going to work in the night if only electricity is going to be available in the night? These are things that we need the government to coordinate on in order to not to grind government to a halt. These are issues that are happening in our local authorities. So, Mr. Speaker, the report is quite thorough, and we would want not only the local government, but also the minister to respond to these challenges that have been raised in terms of our local authorities. Rates. Again, some of our councils, even like Mwandi, what rates can you correct there for the council to make revenue? From where? From the palace. That's the only visible infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. The royal palace. And to attempt to do that, you are assured of not coming back to this August House. So, she's a member of the motion and she knows what I'm talking about. So again, the equalization fund was meant to help those councils such as Mwandi and places like Rwangen, where you don't have anything that you can say this has got value apart from maybe the few properties of the honorable member of parliament there. That's what you could place a bit of value. But the rest of the structures there, just like in Shwangandu, what can you realize? It comes back to the same thing that the equalization fund must be guaranteed in terms of flowing to these rural areas, Mr. Speaker. I thought I could make those contributions. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kanyama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that you have given me to add a voice to the debate on the table. Mr. Speaker, first want to thank the mover and the seconder of the report for it has been tabled ably, and the report has actually brought out certain issues that have made me change the narrative or change the manner through which I was perceiving the council. You may wish to take note that the council is associated with, inefficiency. But if you go through the report that is being debated, you realize that it's through certain challenges that we want to look at it as an efficient, structure. Historically, Mr. Speaker, you may wish to take note that by design, the council was designed to stand on its 2 feet. Of course, with some minimum, supplement that will come from the central government. The council has been designed to have some revenue base where it will tap resources through which it can, sustain itself. But with some policy, pronouncements and changes, you realize that certain, buffers or baskets where the council used to tap, funds for its sustainability were removed from them, leaving it so vulnerable that each time it wants to conduct an operation, it has to go somewhere and beg for funds. They were managing, entities like water, electricity, some licensing of some, items, of motor vehicles, and quite a number of them. But since those have been removed, they realize that it's not standing anywhere, of which once those were removed, I think something that should have replaced, somewhere where the council will be tapping some, funds for sustainability could have been provided, but unfortunately, nothing, took place. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the way the councils are given functions are given to the council, but without, matching resources. Here it is now, we're talking about CDF. CDF has been given to the council, but how the council is supposed to manage that same component, it becomes a challenge. 2 days ago, we wanted the vehicle so that we go and do, some other tasks. But unfortunately, we were told, no, there's no fuel. Then you start questioning, how do we give some functions to an institution that cannot manage, those functions? Previously, what used to happen is the council, despite the fact that it had the buffers or revenue base where it used to tap, they were given a grant. That's the general grant, where it had jurisdiction, meaning it could decide on whatever projects or programs that it needs to carry. Then secondly, to be given some special grant. This, of course, it had no jurisdiction because one, these were meant for probably there's an outbreak of cholera or any other, disease, the government would give that special grant for that particular purpose. Then the other type of grant was the capital grant, where if there's some infrastructure that needs to be, capital project that needs to be embarked on, is given that, and of course the council did not have any jurisdiction to that, because it would have been for that particular project. So, by having all those, the council was able to function in accordance to its mandate. But this time around, where it's supposed to tap in, those functions have been removed from them, so which becomes a challenge to our local authority. Now, we are talking about centralization. We are bringing a number of functions to this institution that is not, financially sound. What results do you expect? So if the government can look into the plight of the local authorities, make sure that those functions that are known to be are sustaining the institution, they should be given. If they cannot be given, can the government look for other avenues through which the council can be helped to stand on its own? Like my colleague has put it, the council is trying now to come into CDF, which has got guidelines, to see how best the CDF can help them, achieve their mandate, which is not, practical, because the auditors are there. They would want to come in and find out exactly what those funds have been used for. So it's just an appeal to the government that if we are to decentralize these functions to local authority, can we empower the local authority so that it will be able to stand on its 2 feet and give us the much, needed, service delivery. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chasefu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to add my voice on this important report, which I support. Mr. Speaker, the local authorities were created to provide municipal services to the people. Effective, functioning local government system is the desire of every person and the government of the day. And I'm very happy the mover of the report, the chairperson and the seconder, they have brought out very serious issues that point at bringing back resources to local authorities through fiscal decentralization. As others have alluded to the fact that councils, they need to be resourced, I also add my voice to the same. However, I'll point out some of the issues that are challenges as already espoused by others. Government is the main institution that exists in most of these rural and urban places. In terms of infrastructure, there are schools, government offices, but government does not contribute much in terms of grant in lieu of rates. So I support the committee's recommendation that government should ensure that they give equivalent to the rateable properties that are existing in these local authorities. They give equivalent to what the councils are supposed to benefit. Thereby, a council like Chasefu will benefit. Because right now, Chasefu is not even recognized as a rateable district. All these newly created districts are not recognized as rateable districts. But I want to appeal to government that they should pass a law. They should come up with a recommendation or a law that will ensure that each and every district is a rateable district. Thereby, they can charge rates to the people who have structures in these districts. I want also to mention, Chairperson, Mr. Speaker, the high indebtedness of the councils. It's true. I've worked my life in the councils. This is historical. Councils are struggling. Where did we go wrong? The time that we started looking at councils as commercial institutions, we lost it. Local government is a wing of government. It is part of government. A wing of government charged with the function of providing municipal services on behalf of the central government. But at a certain time, during the past years, we said the councils should be on their own. We sold the houses. Stand on your own. We lost it. Now we are coming back to ourselves to say, now let us decentralize. And we are perceiving councils to be institutions that are independent, which is not supposed to be the case. It's like the Minister of Education, the Minister of Health. Local government is a critical function or institution of government. Hence, they need to be resourced adequately. They are failing to pay retirees because we have labeled them. And I'm happy with the government. This decentralization, what they have done, they have actually brought back the normalcy by giving CDF in haste. Because this is a wing that provides municipal services. This government has enhanced CDF and said, can you be functioning like a real local government system? Now, what we need to do is to go back to fine-tune to see where, in terms of local revenues, these councils can generate. If we look at them as commercial, they will be overcharging the members of the communities. And the members of the communities who rise against the government, they will not say councils. They will say the government is overtaxing us. So we need to find monies. Fiscal decentralization, the function that we are taking to councils, give resources. Billboards are being collected by RDA, which is a government institution. Councils are told that along the road, the main road, you cannot collect. But we are within. How do you stop them? Another wing of government is collecting. They will not have resources. They are failing to pay retirees, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because they don't have the money. So, I want to support the recommendations and say to it that the other thing I can say to this report is that personal levy, it needs to be revised. I agree. But look at the personal levy. Most of the councils, Mr. Speaker, like Chasefu, they don't collect personal levy. It's being collected by Undazi and Chipata because the Ministry of Finance has not given the personal levy codes to all these districts which were created. So these small councils, they are grappling. They can't get personal levies being collected. Even if the 30,000 teachers recruited, 473 in Chasefu, we don't get that money because the code is still with the. And this Ministry of Finance is supposed to deal with this matter by indicating that each council has its own personal levy so that those civil servants, they get what is due to them. But you see, over time, inefficiency in councils, I don't believe. Because last time I wanted to debate, you get one council secretary or town clerk, you move him to one council, this council starts functioning. You take him to another council, the council is functioning. Other council officers, this is a failure here, move him to another place is a failure. So to label councils as inefficient, it's not fair. It's an administrative issue. We should make sure that we have management or performance contracts by each and every officer so that the monies that are coming under devolution are utilized properly. Some of the officers, yes, they are failing. In terms of structure, you find that you have so many people in administrative positions, human resource officers, administrative officer, 5 in a small council. Instead of having engineers who are supposed to administer this CDF. CDF is a major thing under devolution and of resources to councils. It's a major step, but we need to improve it so that the people of Zambia can see that these resources given by them, by government, is well utilized. I would have spoken more. This is an emotional thing to me, but I wanted to end here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Chilubi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this report has highlighted a lot of issues, and we need to speak to the issues as it may be. Mr. Speaker, my starting point is that we are talking about fiscal decentralization. And when we are talking about fiscal decentralization, we need also to bear in mind that there must be fiscal autonomy. Without fiscal autonomy for local governments, then we are missing the point. Mr. Speaker, currently, the approach we have taken is all side fits all. The local authorities are classified in different, categories. You find that there are city councils, town councils, and all that. And meaning that when we look at the base of, please, the noise. When we look at the base of how they collect the economic activities in these areas, it's different. And when we are looking at such, I would give an example of Chilubi. The economic activities in Chilubi are not something that you can talk about. But when it comes to the money that they are, this minister is disturbing me, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the money that the local government is supposed to bank on, to even emphasize fiscal decentralization, it's mainly equalization fund and the CDF as something that has a semblance of what they can bank on. But Mr. Speaker, I also need to raise the issue of institutional and regulatory framework. And when we talk about institutional and regulatory framework, that manages all the finances that the local authorities come in contact. We have in mind the Public Finance Management Act of number 1 of 2018, we have the CDF Act, we have the National Planning and Budgeting Act, number 1 of 2020, and we also have the Public Procurement Act of number 8 of 2020. These instruments are supposed to facilitate the flow of activities, especially when it comes to developmental projects. Mr. Speaker, this reminds me of the bottom-up approach that the CDF envisaged to achieve, which starts with the triggering of activities through a project list by the WDCs. But when we look at that, and we are talking about fiscal decentralization, the WDCs mainly are overlooked in a way or the other, because currently the WDCs will generate a list of projects and channel it to the CDF. But at that point, they are going to find the instructions that have come from Lusaka, from the Minister of Local Government, of how the money is supposed to spend. And it takes me back to fiscal autonomy. In the 2023 budget, the Minister of Finance, when he was presenting, I remember that should have been page 45, when he was talking about the money that has been dispersed so far, he said there was 75% of money that has been given, especially for CDF, by then. And he did promise that the 2024 budget will take an approach of equity. And this equity will take on board issues like the differences that are in these constituencies. Some of them are rural and the like. For example, Mr. Speaker, Chirubi has got 24 wards. And when we look at Chirubi in terms of topography, it's very confusing. And those 24 wards currently, if you look at the structure of financing in terms of what goes to the local government, currently they are banking on the equalization fund to pay the councillors, the 24 councillors. And to find that since there is no proper economic activity for them to raise anything, they are struggling to even do other things, and the equalization fund has just become more like an allowance fund for the councillors, and it ends there. And that equity was expected to seal the gaps between the urban constituencies as well as the rural and peri-urban. But that didn't come. What we expected at that point is that the rural will be receiving more, because even economic activities in the rural is very low. And that did not come forth. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the local government is protected and has a constitutional mandate. If we are to read Article 151 and Article 152, supports the structure that the local government should have decentralized, should spearhead decentralization at district level. And since it's constitutional, what is lacking, I think, is a supportive environment in terms of either supporting legal framework as well as policy framework to support already existing constitutional provisions in Article 151 and Article 152, so that the local authorities can be in a position to champion development as it may be. Mr. Speaker, since most of the budgets as per local government approach are supposed to be activity-based budgeting, and I think that is what is supposed to be to reflect at national level in terms of the instruments that I mentioned earlier, especially budget planning. This means, Mr. Speaker, that the integrated district development plans that have been embarked on should also fit in most of these activities into the councils. But alas, the situation we have is where we have these integrated development plans that have been developed, and when the resources are available, we have all sorts of instructions around those resources. And at the end of the day, we do not achieve the intended purpose. And I think with the development of integrated district development plans, it is high time we considered to develop a district fund that the local authorities should administer, away even from the CDF, which can be specifically speaking to different development needs in particular districts. Mr. Speaker, I would have loved to go on and on, but I think I do realize that there is need for a proper wrap-up, the ministers to speak at some point. Otherwise, I support most of the recommendations that the report has spoken to, but we need to realize that we need to raise fiscal decentralization should match with fiscal autonomy. That is my main message, and that message is a message also for Chirubi, because there is no fiscal autonomy on many of these funds that are coming into the district. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Finance will respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by thanking the Committee on the National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters for the report that they've rendered to this House. The topic that they were dealing with is fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy. Fiscal decentralization, if I may simplify that, simply means is the central government pushing money towards the district councils, towards the rural areas, and if it is, what is the impact on the economy? If it is not, also, what is the impact on the economy? That's what this report here is saying. Before I respond to the specific issues, I want to ask the question, has fiscal decentralization taken place? My answer is yes. Fiscal decentralization is taking place. At least relatively, this has happened. Because if we go back 3-4 years ago, the money coming from the central government into the district councils, it was very little money. In most instances, it was not even enough to pay the council employees, let alone to finance development projects that were expected across the country. With the decision made by the UPND government 3 years ago to enhance CDF, certainly we can say without any doubt that a lot of money has been pushed to the rural areas through our district councils. So the decentralization is taking place. The impact of that decision on the economy, Mr. Speaker, we see a lot taking place. Where previously there were no classrooms or teachers' houses, these are now being constructed in the rural areas. And what we see, Mr. Speaker, what we see very clearly as these constructions are taking place in the rural areas, our rural contractors are benefiting. They've found contracts, they are busy, they are constructing. That is positive impact on the economy in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, our rural traders, those who sell building materials, they are busy because all the time projects are coming to buy cement, buy window frames, and stuff like that. That is an impact on the economy. Mr. Speaker, those who are digging boreholes, they are busy digging boreholes. That is an impact on the economy. They hire people in the rural areas. Those people get paid. They're enhancing livelihoods. So this is happening, Mr. Speaker. So if you, perhaps I can give you one more example, Mr. Speaker. Previously, you recall that desks in schools were hardly available. And if government, through the central government, wants innovation in the manner this are being made. So, without any question, fiscal decentralization is taking place, and the impact on the economy in those rural areas is positive. The next question I would want to ask is, has fiscal decentralization taken place sufficiently? I would say we can do better. Okay, we can do better, especially if we could manage to make the implementation of the CDF projects to be more effective. Because for now, as we all know, CDF money is lying in councils. Implementation is not as effective, is not as fast as we want to see it happen. So obviously, this makes the argument for increasing CDF in real terms, at least, even more. It becomes a hard thing to sell. But we should not give up. Colleagues, we should keep on pushing so that these councils can perform. If that happens, I think central government will be even happier to put more resources under CDF, because in the past we have not done enough. And this leads me to perhaps to answer some of the issues that were raised. Money for CDF has been swept back to the Treasury. Mr. Speaker, this just follows the so-called Treasury single account, which was introduced during the time of the PF government, to which we adhere to. We agree with that. Because what we've been seeing is that a lot of money is lying in councils, and when you want to do another, when you want to fund another activity, you find that you can't do it because money has been tied up in councils. This is the reason why we said this money, let it come back in the Treasury when you need it. When you need to fund something out of your CDF budget, say so. The agreement or the standard of performance that we've agreed to, when a council says, I need this money now to spend, which is in my budget, within 4 days, that money must be released. The delays that we see is from the councils. They submit late. But for us as a Treasury, within 4 days, if you say I need the money, that money will be available. So colleagues, don't be despair. The money is available. When you need it, say so. And get in touch with me to help you. But without even getting in touch with me, the money is available. The increase in the equalization fund, well, I thought that this is the matter that we are discussing now. CDF funds alone, we are failing to absorb it, at least as much as we want to be. So why should we increase the equalization fund? Because the equalization fund is supposed to do infrastructure. This is why, in noting that we are not able to absorb infrastructure, CDF, this is why we say that since many of these councils are not able to pay their salaries, the equalization fund now will be devoted to paying salaries in their councils. The only thing that many of us are lumped with excessive labor in our councils. People who are brought to be employees in our councils, sometimes we actually don't need them because you've got 10 fire officers in Kalau. Which fire are they going to fight in Kalau, requiring 10 people? So this is something that my colleague, the Minister of Local Government, is working on. Otherwise, I think the rest were really suggestions which we have taken over. Perhaps just a comment on one last one. on the rates, increase rates or increase grants in lieu of rates. We accept that, okay? We accept that. But it is also true that councils, many councils, have the capacity to collect more revenues. If you look at a city like Lusaka, the number of people with properties who are paying rates is probably only about 10%. So what we want to see of the councils to jack up, be able to collect more rates. In fact, if they did so, we could afford to push the rates down. So otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the rest recommendations we've taken note and we'll try our level best to implement those. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member for Mwandi to wind up debate.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. I would love to thank the Honorable Member, Honorable Kambita, Honorable Kampiong, Honorable Chinkuli, and Honorable Nyambose, and Honorable Fochilubi, Honorable Fube for debating our report and the recommendations that they have made there too. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
I put the question. The question is that this House adopts a order, Honorable Chuyeron, that this House adopts a report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labor Matters on the physical decentralization in Zambia and the impact on the economy for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th June 2024. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, saying no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The acting leader of government business adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate, any objection? The question is agreed to. The House? Is now adjourned.
Parliament television. The House has just adjourned and we now take a look at business that has been considered from the time business resumed at 09 hours. And when business resumed, Madam First Deputy Speaker informed the House that she had received communication to the effect that in the absence of her Honor, the Vice President, who is attending to other government business, the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Stumbe Konsokotwane, MP, has been appointed acting leader of government business in the House from today, 21st June 2024, until further notice.
And thereafter, Madam Speaker did permit her, the acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, to render a ministerial statement on the measures that government is putting in place to mitigate escalating commodity prices.
And the minister in his statement did state that Honorable Mumba, who is Kantanshin Member of Parliament, had raised concerns regarding the increase in prices of goods, especially food prices, in view of the reduced crop production. The minister stated that government is fully aware of the situation at hand to the extent that His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, declared the drought and that the country is experiencing a national disaster and emergency. The minister further stated that the drought has significantly big implications for national food security, impacting crop yields and water availability for human consumption, agricultural activities and energy production.
And the minister added that in the recent past, the prices of essential commodities have increased in the country as evident from the inflation rate, and thus has contributed to the high cost of production and doing business, as well as high cost of living.
The minister went on to state that government has put in measures to ensure a stable supply and access of commodity across the country, especially drought-hit areas. And some of the measures that the minister stated to include that government has removed duty on the importation of maize through statutory instrument number 30 of 2024. And secondly, he did state that government through the Food Reserve Agency and the Disaster Management Unit, DMMU, will import 660,000 metric tons of maize to help meet the national consumption demand.
And the minister did add that the government will expand the social cash transfer vertically and horizontally. He added that vertical expansion simply means that the transfer value for the program will be increased to 400 kwacha per month from the 200 kwacha. He added that the horizontal expansion means that the government will cover an addition of 1.2 million households on an emergency cash transfer for the drought response.
The minister further went on to state that on inflation, Bank of Zambia has increased the monetary policy rate to 13.5% to ease the inflationary pressure. And in concluding his ministerial statement, the minister did state that government remains committed to ensuring food security, reduced cost of palm price and prices of all essential commodities. So basically, those are just some of the details that were contained in the ministerial statement that was rendered by the acting Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. And we must make mention that prior to that ministerial statement, we had the acting leader of government business give a business statement for the period 25th June to 5th July 2024. And we did see the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Stumbeko Msokotwane, present the supplementary estimates number 1 of 2024, and this has been referred to the expanded planning and budgeting committee, and the committee is expected to bring a report to the House by Friday, 5th July 2024.
And thereafter, the House did consider 2 committee reports, and the first one, which was adopted, was moved by Mr. Remember Mutale Chitambo, constituency member of Parliament, who did urge the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Legislation and International Agreements on the consideration of statutory instruments for 2023 for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 19th June 2024. And this particular motion was seconded by Mr. Wesley Kolala, who is Lufuvu member of Parliament.
The House then considered a motion that was moved by Ms. Sibeso Sefulo, who is Mwandi Member of Parliament, urging that this House adopts the report of the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters on the fiscal decentralization in Zambia and its impact on the economy for the 3rd session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th June 2024. This report was seconded by Ron Member of Parliament, Mr. Joel Chibuye, and this report has been adopted. So basically, that's just about the business that has been considered today, Friday, the 21st of June 2024. On behalf of Joel and the entire production crew, keep watching Parliament Television.
month on DSTV Access. Swim along with Ariel as she explores all that Atlantica has to offer.
Oh yeah.
Experience the guts and the glory as the continent's best teams go head-to-head in UEFA Euro 2024.
One touch, bang!
And watch cultures collide as an Indian woman falls in love with a Maasai man despite their family's misgivings. There's so much to enjoy on your home of entertainment, so stay connected to DSTV Access.
Chimororo tete nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo tete nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo tete nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Shani ababuko mwana wanti fiakubukota fiororwa nangu batenge shani ababuko mwana wanti fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo teterero nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo teterero nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Shani ababuko mwana wanti fiakubukota fiororwa nangu barisheshani ababuko mwana wanti fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo teterero nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo teterero nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Shani ababuko mwana wanti fiakubukota fiororwa nangu bapige shani ababuko mwana wanti fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo teterero nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo teterero nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Shani ababuko mwana wanti fiakubukota fiororwa nangu batunge shani ababuko mwana wanti fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo teterero nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Chimororo teterero nangu fiorore shani fiakubukota fiororwa Fiakubukota fiororwa Fiakubukota fiororwa Fiakubukota fiororwa
zapaziko nadandaulane nazo zapaziko wanzangane ndaba uyu moyo na upunzira molimba nikana nkala wa ulesi kana kangi olimpikira koma lelo napeza chikondi chopambana tichizikweza yaichilipesanje chimapirira ichi ni chikondi chazoona amalume nilangireni ni chikondi chopambana chapaziko nilangireni ni chikondi chopambana zapaziko abale bangae chikondi chochokera kwa abale bangae chikondi chochokera kwa Yesu zotukanitwa mobale wangae nalema nazo zonyozedwa kwa longozi wanga kodi simumaona chisanzo chinasiyamu Yesu titinga yese konda mapati mwawo manadiana woti mwa kupulumutsa mbaba kutilitali yese kopanda kusanka uyo ndiye mtima ni mafuno nkala nao maikalanga neo menirasiranye chapazanga nirasiranye zapaziko chochokera kwa Yesu chikoni chochokera kwa Yesu menirasiranye chapazanga zapaziko abale bangae chikoni chochokera kwa abale banga chikoni chochokera kwa Yesu Tikwirane manja Tieni tikwirane manja Chikoni chochokera kwa Yesu chikoni chochokera kwa Tieni tikwirane manja Tieni tikwirane manja chochokera kwa Yesu chikoni chochokera kwa malume chikoni apale chikoni chikoni chochokera kwa ulibe kwina chochokera kwa kasimai wote nyimbo za chisangalalo akarongozi wote nyimbo za chisangalalo chikoni chochokera kwa ulibe kwina chochokera kwa
Utukashana tumotwa mulomo kave papa kafumapo kave panapa kafumapo evo katete utukashana tumotwa mulomo kave papa kafumapo kave panapa kafumapo evo katete no tulumendo chimo chine kave papa kafumapo kave panapa kafumapo evo katete no tulumendo etwachilamo kave papa kafumapo kave panapa kafumapo evo katete katete katwalo bufikwisano Kalya katete katete katwalo bufikisano kalya katete ekonkayo konkaya kepushisha ekonkayo konkaya kunaula ekonkayo konkaya kepayaine kalya katete ekonkayo konkaya kepushisha ekonkayo konkaya kunaula ekonkayo konkaya kepayaine kalya katete umuntu ubepo bufi umuntu alekatete umuntu ubepo bufi umuntu alekatete aikaliro kupande viwanse nolwambo enchito yakwe akohamana konse kulanda tewakutusha aikaliro kupande viwanse nolwambo enchito yakwe akohamana konse kulanda tewakutusha chalo nga bwafulisha obufe ku bantu chireto mwenso chalo nga bwafulisha obufe ku bantu chireto mwenso amayanda tampo kutobeka n'abantu batampo kulwala ababipa batampo kuwayawaya ebukatete amayanda tampo kutobeka n'abantu batampo kulwala ababipa batampo kuwayawaya ebukatete chishimwe bantu mafuliro bufi sungenyu tuna twenu tukamirekerera umuntu walwambu epaisha bengi watikatete kashabana manu ekonkayo konkaya kepushisha ekonkayo konkaya konaula ekonkayo konkaya kepayaini kalya katete ekonkayo konkaya kepushisha ekonkayo konkaya konaula ekonkayo konkaya kepayaini kalya katete utukashana tumotwa mulomo kave papa kafumapo kave panapa kafumapo ebukatete utukashana tumotwa mulomo kave papa kafumapo kave panapa kafumapo ebukatete notulumendo chimo chine kave papa kafumapo kave panapa kafumapo ebukatete notulumendo etwachilamo kave papa kafumapo kave panapa kafumapo ebukatete mayo ekonkayo konkaya kepushisha ekonkayo konkaya konaula ekonkayo konkaya kepayaine kalya katete mayo ekonkayo konkaya kepushisha ekonkayo konkaya konaula ekonkayo konkaya kepayaine kalya katete mayo ekonkayo konkaya kepushisha ekonkayo konkaya konaula ekonkayo konkaya kepayaine kalya katete
sikufika kasokumbwira kumbwira teka 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 suza malira mavuto yawelela tose tose chikanga Yesu anapachikiwa oh yeah aikona my bumper and still my thunder kale my number aikona my bumper and still my thunder kale my number that's what she said uniimbile toka nyimbo kama tangizo unilembele koka nyimbo kama tangizo uniimbile toka Kamatandizo unilembeleko kanyimbo kamatalizo uniimbeleko
Meet Miss Jacqueline Sabao, Member of Parliament for Chikankata constituency in the Southern Province under the United Party for National Development UPND. Miss Sabao is a likable lady and is passionate about her political career. She sits on the Standing Orders Committee and is the Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, a role she discharges diligently.
Jacqueline Sabao was born in Kafue on 27 September 1975 at Kafue Mission. My mother was Sarah Mwene from Chikankata. My father was Dave Sabao. But they divorced when I was just 2 years. They left us, me and my siblings. However, I was brought up by stepdad, Mr. Mvula. From him we had 2 siblings. We were 4 of us. I'm the first born in the family of 3 girls, 1 boy. Unfortunately, at the moment we are only 2 remaining, me the firstborn and our last born the boy. And my parents also died. And then I started my grade 1 school in Chikankata at Kavo Primary School in Chief Nalwama. Then I came to Kafue at Nakatete Primary School from grade 3 to grade 7. And I'm very lucky that I was the monitress of that class from grade 3 to grade 7, meaning that's where my leadership skills started from. And then I went to Nawoi Secondary School in Kafue from grade 8 up to grade 12. When I just completed my grade 12, I joined MS Zambia, a Danish volunteering project, as a programs officer. While I was there, I started my studies at Evelyn Horn College. I did advanced certificate in accounts for 1 year, and then I went to do financial and accounting with the University of Zambia, level 1 and 2. And from there I joined COMESA headquarters under a program called Management Assistance Program for Youth Empowerment in the COMESA region. I was a programs officer. From there I met someone, the late Dr. Francis Chigunta. He was my coordinator in one of the projects in renewable energy, which was sponsored by UNIDO. Because of working with him, and he realized something in me, he advised me that you should go and do your degree in development studies. That's how I enrolled with Open University. I did my undergraduate in development studies. From there, I made a decision to go and do my postgraduate diploma in international trade policy in Arusha, TRAPCA. Then I came back. I enrolled for my master's at University of Lusaka in public administration. So I have a master's in public administration within LAS. In 20 2011, I made a decision to work on my own and formed a company called Just Investment Limited. We deal in construction of roads and buildings and general supply, both in private and public sector.
Growing up as a young girl, she always liked to do challenging things. She narrates how at some point she wanted to be a Catholic nun, a decision that was opposed by some of her family members. She instead opted to join politics.
When I was growing up, I liked challenging things, and like you heard, I said I was the monitress of that class, meaning it was a challenging position. But my ambitions, I was a Catholic, alone with my stepfather, but not my mother was Salvation Army. Being a Catholic child, I admired to be a Catholic nun. I thought I had the calling to work for the people. So I wanted to be a Catholic nun from my grade 5 to grade 12. Then my dad died when I was in grade 11. He was the one who was supporting me to do that. But my mother and her family, they never supported me. So after my dad died, I think I had a lot of challenges from my family. They opposed my interests. Coming from that background, I said, okay, I'll not continue with this. I'll do something else. I think it's something that made me to think of politics. Of course, I realized that even politics is a calling. Politics is not a prestige position. You need to be humble to make it out there.
Ms. Sabao is married and has 3 children. She pays glowing tribute to her family for supporting her work.
I'm married to Mr. Christopher Habno. We have 3 children, 3 boys. I only have 3 boys.
I've got 3 boys too.
Yes. It's not easy, meaning a strong woman. Yeah. My major support in my life is my husband. Because if you look at the political side, I think he's been encouraging me. Because before you join politics, what you're supposed to do is to ask your partner, are you going to support me in this? And when they say yes, you go ahead. If they say no, you don't go, because you have a lot of challenges. So I asked him if he could support me. But even the time he was meeting me, I was right there. But he continued supporting me. My children, they support me. My immediate family members, they support me.
How big are your children?
My firstborn is 21 years. And the other one 19 years. The third born is 7 years. Yeah.
She now talks about what prompted her to join politics.
How I joined UPND, it was through my mother. She was not a politician. My mother was a soldier, but she was a member of the traditional ceremony called the Wind Ceremony. So this particular weekend, she said, escort me for a meeting as a daughter. That's how I escorted her. At that meeting, I met people who were the executive members of Wind Ceremony, the likes of Maurice Ijilema, who is the cousin to the president, Baston Mangola, the late Michael Hajintu, Robert Musanje. So I started interacting with them. The next time they called me that we have a meeting to meet someone who wants to be president. Anderson Mazoka came to Kafiwe. We had a meeting. And I remember I was the youngest in that meeting. And during our deliberations, one of the things he said, you know, you should not wait for the country to do something to you. You should also do something to the country. You should not wait for other people. But you as an individual should say, what is it that I can do to this country to add value, to change the lives of people? So listening to those words, I said, who am I? And I said, I'm going to support this man. That's how I made a decision to join UPND at a very tender age. And I didn't even understand what politics were all about. But I was happy the way he was talking. He encouraged us. And he said, even when I'm not there, there should be people who will carry on with my vision. And it is you. And that's how I joined UPND in 1999. And then that time we were trying to build the party. And I was one of the people that started UPND in Kafiwe. The first position I had was branch treasurer in Kafiwe Estates. From the branch, I went to the ward as a treasurer. The time we were going for election in 2001, I was the constituency treasurer. After losing the elections in 2002, I was appointed as a Kafiwe district youth chairperson. Then in 2005, they appointed me as a Lusaka province deputy youth chairperson. Then when we went for the convention in 2006, after the death of the president, we had now the current president. I lost, but the president said, no, you are very instrumental. What you're going to do is to form a youth committee, national youth committee. chaired by our National Youth Chairperson. That time was Charles Long. I was a member of that committee. We worked very hard to mobilize the young people across the country. And then in 2008, that committee was dissolved. Since that time, I've never had a position in the party, but I've been working from the background, doing a lot of activities for the party. And then in 2016, I thought of standing as a member of parliament. I said, I think now at least I'm matured enough, I can represent the people of Chikankata constituency.
Despite her party losing elections, she never defected to another political party, but instead soldiered on.
In my life, I have a purpose. Like I said that I wanted to be a Catholic nun. I realized that I have a purpose to change the lives of people. At that level, I was thinking of using the church. But then I changed to politics because I understand that politics is the one that drives the lives of people in any country. And my purpose is to change a life of someone out there, a voiceless out there. That's my purpose. And coming from that purpose, I have this driving force that drives me that regardless of who I am in society, I can change the life of someone.
She now shares experience being a member of parliament.
For me, it's been interesting because I believe that where there's a challenge, there's an opportunity. Where there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. So a lot of people, they look at a member of parliament, a female member of parliament, to have a lot of challenges. For me, I don't see them as challenges. I see them as opportunities. So far, I think I've enjoyed being a member of parliament because I've learned a lot of things. For your own information, I was not a good follower of Parliament TV. I learned a lot of things when I was at parliament. I'll give you a very practical example of when I was told to move the budget. Honorable Mulusa, the chief whip, called me, said, come to my office. When I went to the office, then he said, we want you to move the motion. I was like, oh, Honorable, what do you mean? Because I had no idea. I refused. Then he said, no. Okay, if you refuse, then who? I said, there are a lot of people there. He said, then he said, you are the vice chairperson for Public Accounts Committee. We want you to move the motion. Then your chairman will second it. At that point, he convinced me. Then I accepted. Then I was guided. And when the day came, I moved the motions. It was so interesting.
Ms. Sabao is a tough woman, as can be seen when she is discharging her duties as Vice Chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. She presides over the committee with vigor.
I want to find out through the PS, looking at how the man was giving out without proper information. Was there monitoring of this money as where it went and the implementation took place? Because already we are having a picture that even if those organizations were given money, there was no implementation. The money was just given to individuals, not even to groups. Do you have the report of implementation? PS. I enjoy that. You know, when you are in a group and when you are a chair, you are the first of the equals. You need to be in charge. So when you are there, we are representing the Zambians, and that committee is very strategic at Parliament. Issues should come out so that the people out there, the owners of the Zambian resources, should know what happened to their money. So this is the reason why, as a chair, when I'm acting as a chair, I need to be in charge and make sure that the witnesses, they bring out the issues, not from me. Let the Zambians listen from the people who used their monies, who implemented their projects.
Her job is not an easy one. She now talks about some people that support her in her line of work.
I have some people that I regard like, like I said, I don't have parents. And there are people who have come in my life, they treat me like their own daughter. I'll give you, like in my political life, I'll tell you about Honorable Mwamba, the Minister of Community. She's a honorable, she's a minister, but for me, she's my mother. My relationship with her is a mother-daughter relationship. She's a woman that I can lean on her shoulder and cry if I have a burden. And she'll look at me and she'll make me strong. So I have friends, I have a lot of friends that encourages me. You know, in life when we're doing something, you are going to find 3 groups of people. There will be a first one who encourage you, the other one who discourage you, the other one will be indifferent. So normally I'll look at the one who encouraged me. When I consult over something, then they encourage me, I'll lean on those people so that I succeed with my interests. So like people have been supporting me, and then I have friends. I have an old friend from secondary school, Mrs. Kaindu. Mildred Namsenga. She's married to Mr. Kelvin Kaindu. She's one of my supporters. I also have my biggest supporter also is my grandmother. She lives in Chilenje. She was married to my late grandpa, the young brother to my grandfather also, who was the late. So whenever she will see me on TV, she'll call me.
Ms. Sabao is always immaculately dressed, a trend inspired by her mother.
My mom was a soldier, but she was very good at dressing. She was a superwoman for me. She was very beautiful, good shape, you know, I always miss her. So she taught us on how to dress. She would buy something, she would say, no, don't put on this. No, if you are putting on sneakers, you should put on this, what. So I just grew up with it.
She equally does productive things when she is not performing parliamentary duties.
I'm a director of our company called Just Investment Limited. So I do a lot of work. I'm also an accountant for the company. So I do books, and then when the guys are in the field, like now, most of the machines are out in the field because we have our own equipment in construction. I'll go to the site, monitor how they are working, advise what, because you know, the construction industry, most of the challenges to do with fuel. So they'll come and tell you we don't have enough fuel, meaning they've sold some of the fuel. So sometimes I'll follow them to go and supervise. But more importantly, one of my best hobbies is to read books. At least in a day I should read even just a paragraph when I'm too busy. Just a paragraph, not a chapter.
What kind of books do you read?
Variety, politics, and books I would do, cookery, anything. Novels I do read. Yeah, but at the moment I'm more on the political books to understand the world leaders. Yes, I love cooking. I like baking cakes. Yeah, and traditional foods like fisashi. Yeah, I enjoy that. I think the best room in my house is the kitchen. I enjoy being in the kitchen. I do laundry on my own. I don't allow a maid clean my clothes. I clean my bedroom. Yes, even in the sitting room when I'm free, I do clean just to check up how they are working. Going around, I do my own flower garden. Yes. Yeah. So I just enjoy being home, despite being a busy person. But the most important place I enjoy to be is home.
She now has a word of advice to women who want to join politics.
What I would advise my fellow women out there is that the first thing you should ask yourself, what is your purpose in life? You should not join politics or any organization for the sake of joining, but you should have a purpose why you should be in that grouping. And politics is power relation. When you talk of politics, it's not just being in a political party. Even being a woman in business is politics. Where there are two people, there's politics involved. But however, we are looking at the politics that coordinates the welfare of people in a community, in a country, in the global village. So what I would advise my friends out there is that there's a saying in this country or in Africa of saying politics is a dead game. No, the dead person is the one who even saying those words dead. Because me, I've never said politics is a dead game. How can it be dead? Because politics is the one that drives the lives of people in a country. That's the one that controls the economy of a country. So as women, what I would advise you is that add value to yourself first and say that I can do. Stand up. No one will come and lift you that let's go join politics. But you should come up and say, this is what I want. I want to join this political party. First understand, if it's a political party, understand the manifesto of that political party. Women are the main players of development in any country. So it's high time that our women stand up. No man or fellow woman will come and lift you up. You have to stand up and then they will go along with you. That's what I would advise my women. But what is important, you should know the purpose of why you are living. The purpose that you should leave something behind when you are no longer there. And the best platform will be politics.
Ms. Jacqueline Sabao believes that women should not just exist, but start living and in turn leave a legacy that will stand the test of time.
Zambia. Even saying the word is a multi-sensory experience. It somehow captures something of the essence of this special place in the warm heart of southern Africa. Take in the mighty Zambezi River, the majestic Victoria Falls that form Zambia's natural southern border, and the national parks overflowing with wildlife. Immerse yourself in the fast-growing towns and cities, teeming with history, light, and life. Then visit the vast lakes that seem to touch the stars and engage with the plethora of different ethnic groups, cultures, and languages. Together, they make up the intricately woven fabric of this remarkable country. To visit Zambia is to begin a love affair that will never be exhausted, and unlike any that you have ever experienced before. For all the superlatives that man has used in his attempts to describe Victoria Falls, none are able to do this incredible natural wonder justice. You have to see it for yourself. It is a truly awe-inspiring experience. Livingston, once Zambia's capital, and the Zambian side of the falls have become a mecca for discerning adventure tourists. Peer into the abyss from Devil's Pool at the edge of the falls. Career down the powerful rapids from Batoka Gorge in a whitewater raft. Bungee jump from the historic Victoria Falls Bridge. Or fly over the falls on a flight of angels. Whatever activity you choose, you'll be left with a renewed appreciation for the sheer might of nature. Kafue National Park is amongst the biggest in Africa and is home to more than 130 species of mammal and more than 400 bird species. Enjoy the wildlife from a different perspective on a boat cruise or a canoeing or walking safari. For sheer density of game, South Luangwa National Park is second to none. It certainly lives up to its nickname as the Valley of the Leopard. The stunning Liua Plains play host to the world's second largest wildebeest migration and boast some of the most striking vistas you will see anywhere in Africa. At Kasanka National Park, you can view the largest mammal migration in the world when each November, literally millions of fruit bats cover the skyline as the sun sets. Zambia's bodies of water are as abundant as its wildlife. Although it is landlocked, this country has more water than any other in Africa. There are the long, meandering rivers, some of which are interspersed by waterfalls that are only narrowly surpassed by Vic Falls. Then there are the lakes, from the vast, remote Lake Tanganyika, far in the north of the country, which is one of Africa's Great Lakes, to Lake Kariba, Africa's biggest man-made dam. Kariba is an increasingly popular beach holiday destination that is strangely reminiscent of the French Riviera. Or for the best bath of your life, visit the incredible Kapisha Hot Springs. Another unique aspect of this remarkable country are the Zambians themselves. The country is home to 72 different ethnic groups and languages, all of whom have their own diverse cultural traits and traditions. One thing they do have in common: they are all unfailingly warm and welcoming. Zambians are famous for their very own special brand of hospitality, as well as the pride they take in their Zambian identity. Wherever you go in Zambia, you will meet people who will go out of their way to leave you with a positive impression and make you feel at home. So what are you waiting for? Book your trip now and enjoy the kind of African experience you've always dreamt of. Whatever it is you're looking for, you can always be sure to find it somewhere in Zambia. So, let's explore.
Okay, my name is Chipoka Mlenga. I'm Member of Parliament for Chingola constituency under the United Party for National Development. I am currently working as Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. President Hakainde Hichilema was gracious enough to give me the opportunity to serve the Zambian people as Minister in Commerce, Trade and Industry. And under his leadership and mentorship, I am learning quite a lot of things to to serve the Zambian people to the best of my ability within the given time and the given resources. I have been married for the past 16 years to a young lady that I met at university, at the Copperbelt University, Likonge Makai. She is an electrical engineer. She's been a very, very good source of encouragement to myself in many, many other spheres and aspects of life. Together, God has blessed us with twins, a boy and a girl, and they are 14 years old. And I am born from Mr. and Mrs. Mlenga. My father is Aston Chilufya Mlenga, my mother is Monica Mlenga, and from 7 children, I'm the 5th, 2 girls and 5 boys, of which I am the 5th one. Before joining politics, I worked in my private life. When I just graduated from university, I joined the local government, Mufulira Municipal Council, where I worked as a management trainee, or should I say an intern, for some time, barely 3-4 months, before I joined Konkola Copper Mines from 2006 until 2021, when I left the mining industry. And I worked in the mining industry, serving many different portfolios, until such a time when my affiliation into politics, you know how the past government was quite oppressive and very vengeful in many different ways to people that were perceived to be against them. And indeed, I spoke so much loudly against the tyranny rule of the past government, the injustices that we saw, the uneven distribution of wealth among the general public, among many other things. So deliberately, after being incited by some non-members of parliament then, 2 of them, I was declared redundant. Graciously, gladly, I left. I walked away in 2021, and I will be very clear and glad that through my media engagements on radio and TV, President Hakainde Hichilema identified me. And then I was given a chance to contest the seat under the UPND because I was coming in from the alliance to work together, and that is a decision I have never regretted. Well, my constituency is a very cosmopolitan constituency in terms of creed, ethnicity and religion. You know, it has got rural communities, it has got peri-urban, and it has got urban communities. It is the biggest in population constituency on the Copper Belt. It has got a registered number of almost 100,000 people. This is in the 90,000, almost 100,000 registered number of voters, and I'm very optimistic that in the coming elections it will be even more. So this is an election that you really have to pay particular attention to the needs of the people, because the needs that are in a certain ward are different from the needs in a different one. So you have to pay particular attention to the needs of each constituent ward and give development based on their customized needs. And it has been made easy to provide this development by the enhanced CDF by the President that he has given us, which is being released on a timely basis. I can assure you that I've got 18 wards in my constituency, and in these wards, the needs in Chingola Central are different from the needs in Ipafu, Mudenda, Chabanyama and other places. So others are asking for boreholes to get decent water facilities. Others are asking for market as trading places, and we are giving them. Others are asking for crossing points in terms of bridges. Others are asking for road networks. But within the resources we have and the time frame we have, we are able now to provide these facilities. Obviously, as resources are coming on board within the given year that we are doing, but definitely we are reaching out. So it's an amazing one. And one thing that I can tell you about my constituency, it has got more of women and youth. So our youths are very dynamic in their needs. So this is something that, as Member of Parliament, it's not also just as easy as it may be perceived, because the needs of the youth are different and they change given time that evolves as every day passes. So I also have to pay particular attention to their needs and see how we don't leave them behind. In the past, youths could just be called cadres, but I'm very happy that we cadres now are not just seen as cadres. Because of the enhanced CDF and how the financing system has come in this country, we the cadres are part of the value chain in development. We are given opportunities not only to lie in the streets and wait for members of parliament to give us squatches and coins. We are beginning to participate in the project that CDF is providing, but contribute and also be engaged in educational facilities like the grants that are being given for training plumbers, teachers, and many other people. So I'm very excited that as dynamic as it may be, as cosmopolitan as it may be, it has given me an opportunity to understand people in depth and learn management skills. But definitely a lot of insight is coming in, even from the President himself, and I engage a lot the Provincial Minister, Honorable Matambo, who has spent a lot of time in many different places, and we talk a lot and learning from one another, and he's been very supportive. We have to believe in the system, and collectively as a team we will achieve. We have to understand that we used to struggle in the past. Just to get water to run from a borehole that was sunk by government at Chwempala was something that was never heard of. Today we have done it. We are talking about Munsenga, which had a health facility which was running from 7 o'clock to 14 hours. Now with enhanced CDF, we are putting up a mortuary and a maternity wing facility where our women can receive decent health maternity facilities, among many other things. So all I can tell the people of my constituency is let's keep engaging. Even from the criticism that is coming on board, we are drawing lessons, and collectively we will do something that will change our living standards. Look at Fipuya Bridge. It is always a river when it rains and people cannot cross to the other side. Others who have to, our women have to undress, our young boys have to be swept away just to move into those facilities. But we are going to put up a state-of-the-art bridge where two cars can cross past each other. Trucks that are carrying food and farming input can cross. We are going to do this together, and we are not going to leave anyone behind. So my message to the people of Chingola constituency, starting from Munsenga all the way to Chwempala up to Mudenda, we will march together, we will do and implement our projects together. I am very excited that when we look at our councillors, they are coming on together and we decide which projects we are going to do in each ward and how we are going to implement it. Thanks even to the commitment from the town clerk. She's and her directors, they are very much equal to the task, getting development to the people as and when the development has to be provided. So I would just want to offer my support to the council, to the mayor and his team, and ultimately the people that gave us the mandate to serve them. So collectively the UPND is going to deliver in Chingola constituency and beyond many other places that we are residing in. Thank you very much.
In a world where judgment is constant and opinions are plenty, I face the critics head on.
And we're sitting down with a personality who is also a producer and entrepreneur. Her name is Mutale Mwanza.
I am Mutale Mwanza. I stand tall, and I refuse to let the chaos of life break my spirit.
You know what?
To shutting down the haters.
Can you say that?
I am multiple dating. The future is exciting as I blaze a trail of success, proving that every challenge is just another opportunity for greatness as I build my legacy.
I'll be going to Malawi.
What is happening with this tiger?
Mutale Mwanza Unscripted, Season 2.
This month on DSTV Premium, UEFA Euro 2024 kicks off in Germany as footballing legends vie for continental supremacy.
Oh, that's stunning!
The madcap panel of comics are back to retell hilarious stories from their formative years.
Gonna be blowing the whistle on their adolescent shittle.
And the epic prequel to Game of Thrones returns as civil war threatens to tear House Targaryen apart.
I mean to fight this war.
There's so much to enjoy on your home of entertainment, so upgrade to DSTV Premium.
17 Sustainable Development Goals are a global call to action to end poverty, protect the environment and ensure that people everywhere enjoy peace and prosperity. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) by 2030 is crucial. The crew toured 3 districts, namely Kasama, Nyimba and Katombola, to assess progress made on some Sustainable Development Goals. Many African countries face high poverty levels, and Sustainable Development Goal number 1 aims at eradicating poverty in all forms. In Kasama district, Mr. Mwela Musonda is Luombe Cooperative Chairperson and shares how the cooperative is responding to SDG number 1.
As things stand now and where we are standing, one can see that in a small area like last year, we had to plant more than 1 crop in a small area, and we have had to harvest enough food for us in a small area, meaning that we have improved and maybe we have shifted from the traditional way of doing agriculture, where we used to cultivate same area, and then after they had run out of fertility, again we shift to another area. It's not the case today.
Initiatives aimed at improving food security, promote sustainable farming practices is top on the Zambian government agenda. Mr. John Chilundika is Senior Agriculture Officer in Kasama District and explains how the region is responding to ending hunger in the area.
We have seen a transformation in terms of mindset of our farmers, because we have what are called SIPs, Sustainable Intensification Practices, where farmers are practicing climate smart agriculture in terms of not burning the crop residue. The farmers, after planting, they are just saving the crop residue, so that these help in terms of enhancing soil fertility, as well as just to increase on production. The farmers are also embrace the concept of a minimum soil disturbance. In as much as we are in Region 3, where we receive rains above 1,200 millimeters, we have seen these effects now of dry spells for Kasama, droughts in some cases. We have maybe 10 days of no rains. So we have actually taken it up our means so that though we are in Region 3, issues to do with minimum soil disturbance is actually also embraced to our farmers. That we reduce on terms of soil disturbance. We have farmers just doing reaping, what is called reaping, and plant the crop. We have seen quite good establishments in these fields.
And Meba resettlement in Northwestern Province is making strides in realizing SDG number 2. Mr. Victor Nanga is project coordinator, Meba Field Office under Caritas Czech Republic. He highlights how the resettlement is faring on SDG 2.
We have got the agriculture-related programs and the non-agriculture-related programs. So under the agriculture-related programs, we focus on the production. We have got the production component, the value addition component, and also the marketing component. Under the production component, there are some value chains we have established where we are supporting farmers. We have supported farmers with the inputs. So we have got a rice value chain where we have supported a number of farmers with improved rice variety. That's the Mongo Super Rice, which could compete with other varieties on the market. Then we have got the soybeans value chain where we have supported a number of soybeans farmers with the soybeans seeds, and also we have got a vegetable value chain where we have supported a number of refugees and the host community within the settlement with some vegetable seeds. So the overall aim of our livelihood programs is to promote self-reliance amongst the refugees and also the host community. That would reduce dependence on government, on UNHCR and other donors. And also it would reduce inequality amongst the people we are working with within the settlement.
Another constituency responding positively to SDG number 2 is Katombola in Southern Province. At Kabuyu Bulking Center, Farmers have come together to form a cooperative. They buy and stock farming products from small-scale farmers and sell when the commodity is on high demand. This is under the Strengthening Climate Resilience of Agriculture, Livelihoods and Agro-Ecological Region project. Mrs. Angela Siulikwa, a member of the center, explains how members are earning a living from the initiative.
We started buying the commodities in 2021. We decided to buy sunflower, maize and cowpeas. We supplied to World Food Program because they wanted cowpeas to supply to the areas they wanted to feed people around Central Africa. And then later we got a contract with the education sector in Kazungula district, where we supplied in schools. We supplied maize and cowpeas.
Good health and well-being is everyone's desire, and Sustainable Development Goal number 3 aims at achieving the challenges faced in the provision of good health. In Ngimba, the area Member of Parliament, Mr. Menyani Zulu, shares some of the efforts being implemented in meeting the set targets of SDG number 3 in his constituency.
We have received some drugs from government, and I think we are almost there, although we haven't reached the 100% which is needed by Marable protocol, so that we meet the SDG number 3. And on my part as a Member of Parliament, what we have come up with using Consensus Development Fund, working with the communities, we have started the construction of some few infrastructure to support this SDG number 3. You may agree with me that you have seen the Nyakorwe Lulo Youth Center that is being constructed under CDF 2022, and that's far we are. I think the only remaining thing is to put up towers inside. We have in Ngimba, we've got a problem with power, and usually there are times when ZESCO are facing challenges. So we've decided to give in Ngimba District Hospital a 100 kV genset, which is in operation. I think we bought around 500,000 kwacha. In addition to that, we have Ngimba. There are times where we take the bodies of our loved one to Minga, which is in Petoke Central. So as a CDF working with the community, we bought a whole body mortuary.
And Ngimba District Health Director, Dr. Martin Imbewe, shares some of the efforts the